Student member Joy Lee is not present. Here. Member Nguyen?
Here.
Member Pelen Carte is not present. Member Jones?
Here.
And President Hill?
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item 1.2, meeting practices and information. Members of the public may observe the meeting via the NUSD YouTube channel, live transmission on Comcast channel 26, or in person at the NUSD boardroom. Spanish translation will be available via Zoom. The public will have the opportunity to address the Board of Education regarding non-agendized matters and agendized matters with a live audio-only comment via Zoom with advance notice requested by email at publiccomment@newarkunified.org, a written comment by submitting a speaking card via email at publiccomment@newarkunified.org, or with live in-person comments by submitting a speaker card with the executive assistant. Okay, and with that, so Ms. Croce, do we have anybody online that has requested to speak on closed session items?
There was no one online.
Okay, great. Okay, so moving on to 1.3, public comment on closed session items. So, let's see here. So Guillermina, did I say your name correctly? Okay, please come on up.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. So I'm going to say it in Spanish, okay? Hola, muy buenas noches, mesa directiva. Hoy les quiero decir que como miembro de esta comunidad estoy muy decepcionada por la falta de transparencia en cómo están tomando sus acciones. No es correcto que en Puerta estén contratando a los empleados del distrito. Este distrito existe por los impuestos de la comunidad y como tal tienen que rendir cuentas de cómo están manejando el dinero. A puerta cerrada deciden a quién van a seleccionar y cuánto le van a pagar. Esa información la deben hacer pública y no nomás decirnos cuánto se gastó después de que salgan de su sección cerrada. Esta información debe estar disponible para el público y darnos la oportunidad de opinar. Hoy les digo que estoy cansada de las acciones corruptas de esta mesa directiva y quiero que sepan que no estoy de acuerdo en que ustedes sigan dirigiendo este distrito. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Croce, do we have translation for this?
Yes, we have
Okay.
a translator online.
Great.
Speakers?
No, we need to do it right after, right?
No, I translate it later.
Okay.
Because I don't have a way to.
Oh.
She's in a separate Zoom room.
Oh, I see.
So I can't let her speak.
Oh, I see. Okay,
Thank you.
all right.
Thank you.
Okay, so moving on to the,
It's the translation. Sorry.
no, what she just said was that they're in a different Zoom room, and so they're going to be providing translation after everybody speaks.
Okay, so she just spoke, so when is the translation going to happen?
After all of these ladies speak. Okay. Okay, so next one is Wyla Rivera.
Buenas noches, me llamo Zoila Rivera. Estoy aquí para decirles otra vez que el trabajo que están haciendo es muy mal. Todas las noches que te venimos a las reuniones, todo el tiempo tenemos que decirles y recordarles que el mal trabajo que están haciendo. ¿Cuándo van a hacer, nos van a oír nuestra voz? ¿Cuándo van a hacer su trabajo como tiene que ser? Gracias.
Thank you. Okay, and then finally, Maya Perez.
Hi. It's in Spanish, okay? Sorry for that, but I was thinking you guys have translate here. Ok. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Mayra Pérez. El día de hoy estoy aquí porque he escuchado mucho que esta mesa directiva ha hablado de transparencia. De hecho, la señora Plancarte les pidió que toda acción con la nueva superintendente mostrara claridad y transparencia para la comunidad. Pero hasta el día de hoy, aún estamos viendo que en este día hablarán sobre la contratación de varias posiciones importantes para nuestros estudiantes, pero lo van a hablar en sesión cerrada. Entendemos las reglas en relación con el personal, pero después que hablen ustedes, ¿por qué no lo agendan en la sesión pública para que sean transparentes en su proceso? Para que así los padres de estudiantes de este distrito y la comunidad sepa quiénes son estas personas que planean contratar. Transparencia es cuando muestran a la comunidad qué procesos están usando para contratar al personal. Transparencia es cuando dejan saber a la comunidad a quién van a contratar y cuál es su experiencia. Transparencia no es hablar en privado y seleccionar a quién ustedes deciden sin explicación alguna. Las palabras se las lleva el viento y sus acciones siguen mostrando que esta mesa directiva no está actuando con transparencia para la comunidad. Pedimos que por favor cumplan con el verdadero objetivo que tienen como líderes de este distrito y vean siempre por el bien de los estudiantes. Gracias.
Thank you.
Can I ask a point of clarification?
Yes, sure.
Ms. Croce, just a question about the translation piece, and I apologize that I don't know this answer. So we've got somebody who's sitting in a Zoom room, but they're not able to respond back to us.
Correct, so not live like that. So we'll get it translated, and it should be, I can see if we can get it translated tomorrow and put up into the board library.
Can I ask my friend, Lucia, if she can translate for me? She can?
I really think it's important to do that, quite frankly. If you guys are going to go to closed session and make a decision, I really do feel uncomfortable not knowing that we weren't able to provide that directly.
Okay, so what's the recommendation?
So my recommendation is that we allow, if Ms. Lucy is willing to come up and translate, we would very much so like to accept that. Would that be possible? Thank you very much, and my apologies for not understanding how that Zoom piece worked.
Problem. Thank you. So from Ms. Guillermina. Good evening, board. Good evening, board members. I want to tell you that as a member of this community, I am very disappointed by the fact from the lack of transparency from that the actions from this board members. It is not correct for you guys to be making decisions behind closed doors, and especially when it comes to contracting district employees. This district exists because of the taxes of the community, and because of such actions, you guys should be able to provide this information to the community so we can understand how the finances of this district are being managed. In closed session, you guys decide who you're going to be selecting, how you're going to pay, and this information should actually be made public, and not just you guys report after and let us know what decisions you guys made within closed session. This information should be made available to the public and should give the community an opportunity to give an opinion. Today, I tell you that I am tired of the corrupt actions of the board, and that I would like everybody to know that I am in disagreement with the direction of this board. That's one. Oh, no, okay. So Soyla's comment is saying that she's very disappointed in the board members and the board members' actions, and she is not happy with the actions that the board has been taking. Okay. Last comment from Ms. It says, good evening, my name is Mayra Perez, and today I am here because I have heard that the board members have been talking about transparency. However, As such, Member Plancarte had asked in the last board meeting that the new superintendent show transparency and clarity with the community. But until today, that transparency has been lacking, as I see that there's going to be discussion in closed session regarding the appointment of various positions and that are very important to the students. However, all that will be discussed in closed session. We understand the rules regarding personnel matters. However, after you guys speak on those items, then you guys report out what's happening. That is not a transparent process. For the parents and the communities to have clarity and understanding, we need to make sure that this information is made public and that we can provide our opinion. Transparency is when the community is able to transparency is when you show the community what process you guys are using. Transparency is when you let the community know who's going to be contracted into the district, what's their experience, and what was the process that is being used. Transparency is not speaking in public and is not speaking in private behind closed doors and selecting the individuals without giving any information to the community. The actions from Member Plancarte will be taken by the wind because, the words from Member Plancarte will be taken by the wind because we need actions to show that you guys are actually being transparent to the community. We ask that you please act with the objective of the board member and that you act like the leaders that you should be representing this district because you represent every student here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez. Okay, so moving on to item 1.4, recess to closed session. So in closed session, we're going to be covering 3 items. 2.1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation pursuant to 54956.9C, 3 cases, Keenan claim number 628143, Keenan claim number 633795, Keenan claim number 637391. We're also going to cover 2.2, public employee appointment, discipline, dismissal, release, complaint, Government Code 54957.6, title Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, Deputy Superintendent of Business Services / CBO, high school principal, alternative program administrator / principal, McGregor Campus Middle School principal, elementary school principals. And then finally, we're going to cover 2.3, conference with labor negotiators, Government Code 54957.6, unrepresented employee, Deputy Superintendent of Business Services / CBO, Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services. All right, recessing to closed session. from closed session. And if we can, item 3.1, report of closed session actions. There are 2 actions to report on. So, number 1, regarding conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, subdivision C, action taken under Government Code 54956.9, in closed session under the agenda item 2.1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, subdivision C. The board considered the claim for Newark USD personal injury and took action to approve the settlement recommendation by Keenan and Associates for claim number 628143. And the motion was made by Member Wen, and the motion was seconded by Member Jones. Voting yes, Member Hill, Jones, Thomas, and Wen. Voting nay, none. Abstaining from the vote, none. Okay. And then the second action was action taken under Government Code 54956.9 in closed session under the agenda item 2.1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code. The board considered the claim for workman's compensation benefits and took the action. So it's reject. Okay, I'm sorry. So it took the action to approve the denial of all liability for the claim as recommended by Keenan and Associates for claim number 633795. Motion made by Member Jones, seconded by Member Thomas. Voting yes, Member Hill, Jones, Thomas, Wen, and voting no, none. Abstaining from the vote, none. Okay. So moving on to section 4.1, Pledge of Allegiance. Can we all stand, please? Repeat after me. Justice for all. Okay, moving on. Sorry. Moving on to 4.2, meeting practices and information. Greetings, everyone, and thank you for joining. Before we get started, I would like to say that the board appreciates and supports stakeholder input at our meetings. Engagement by members of the public in civic matters is a cornerstone of our democracy. Per the California School Board Association, however, it is important to note that a board meeting is not a meeting of the public, but rather a meeting to conduct the public's business. Everyone should have a chance to express their opinions within the guidelines the board has established for its meetings so that we are able to conduct the meeting effectively and efficiently. During the meeting, there will be a time for the public to comment on matters not on the agenda. In addition, members of the public may comment on specific agenda items after I, as the board president, ask for public comment on an item. Until it is your turn to speak, or if you are here just to observe the meeting, please refrain from any behavior that prevents others from participating in the meeting. This includes any conduct that prevents members of the board, district staff, or the person making a comment from speaking. We also ask that when you are called upon, you address only the board. While we assume that members of the public intend to participate in the meeting in a civil manner, and while legitimate criticism of the board is protected speech, per Board Bylaw 9323 and Government Code 54957.95, we will not permit actual disruption of the board meeting. Disrupting means engaging in behavior during a board meeting that actually disrupts, disturbs, impedes, or renders infeasible the orderly conduct of the meeting. Actual disruption by an individual or group, or any conduct or statements that threaten the safety of any person at the meeting shall be grounds for the president to terminate the privilege of addressing the board and remove the individual from the meeting. Prior to removal, the individual will be warned that their behavior is disrupting the meeting and that failure to cease the disruptive behavior will result in removal. If after being warned, the individual does not promptly cease the disruptive behavior, the board president will ask that the individual be removed. Thank you for your attention to these protocols, and we look forward to your participation in our meeting. Okay, moving on to agenda item 5.1. Approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda. Oh, actually, was there any items that you wanted to pull?
Thank you for
Interim
asking.
Superintendent?
Just a quick update, there is one item. It would be resolution number 2023.24.37. This item has been amended for the resolution. This is for the final resolution ordering the elimination of reduction of hours of certain classified services. And that is for item number 12.5.
Okay. All right. Any other items that need to be pulled? Okay, so can I get a motion to approve the agenda with the exception of item 12.5?
I move to approve the agenda with the exception of item 12.5.
I'll second that.
Okay, so Member Nguyen moves and Member Thomas seconds. Ms. Croce, can we, I don't know if our board docs voting is working. Is it working? Or are we going to do a roll call
You
vote?
could check, I tried to open it.
Oh,
If you
there we
cannot,
go.
we can do roll
Okay,
call.
great.
Thank you. Votes are in. 4 aye, 1 absent. Member Plain Carte.
Great. Okay, motion carries. Okay, moving on to agenda item 6.1, student report, student board member Joy Lee.
Hello. Before I start my student report, we have students from Bridgepoint here to give the report, and then I'll give my report.
Okay, great. Come on
You guys
up.
can come up.
Hi, I'd just like to thank you for having us back here. My name is Ashwin Prasad. I'm leadership president over at Bridgepoint. I am joined with my fellow student, Vanessa Infante. She is the vice president of leadership there. We're just here to give a report about, events that have taken place on campus and things we have for the future. This being our last month, well, for us especially as seniors ready to graduate. So trying to do what we can to give back to the school that's given us this opportunity to get our diploma and move forward with our life. As most people know, May is Mental Health Awareness Month, so leadership will be holding a poster contest so people can, express and show the true understanding of helping people and supporting them through, any mental illnesses or, any hard times that they may be going through to make sure they can stay with us and stay mentally healthy. Also participating in this is one of our on-site counselors, Ms. King. We'll be collaborating with her tomorrow for a suicide awareness block period during our 1-hour advisory. Just, again, also teaching people, how to help other people, having them learn ways to help people cope with anything they're going through. And a big part of mental health issues can also relate to substance abuse. And so we'll be having a substance abuse and health service for any teens that are attending Bridgepoint in the following month. I would now like to pass it to Vice President Vanessa so she can make her statements about other matters.
Hello, Bridgeport. Oh, wait, sorry. Hello, members of the board. As you said, my name is Vanessa Infante, Vice President of the leadership at Bridgeport. To top off, in support of our LGBTQ plus community, a Kahoot teaching about how love and respect will run by leadership to educate the rest of our students and staff of the proper way to treat our fellow people. Thank you for listening today, and I will pass it back to Ashwin for closing statements and questions.
One more thing we're also going to be working with, especially because a majority of Bridgepoint is seniors, and most of us will be leaving and starting our careers, is we're going to be working with students to help them understand how to be professional in the workplace, how to, control their temper, maybe, make sure they're polite and respectful to any people they may be working with, or even the public, considering whatever, jobs they may be having. So just helping them understand, how to properly act in their workplace. So I'd like to thank you. That is all for Bridgepoint. If there's any questions, please go ahead and ask.
Great. Questions from the board?
Thank you for coming and making your announcement and all of the stuff that's happening at Bridgepoint. Also, could you remind us when graduation is?
That will be May 31st at 11 a.m.
Thank you.
We'll be there.
Sorry, from 10 to 11 a.m. 10 to 11.
Great. Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you both for coming. Okay, so Member Lee, do you have additional comments you'd like to provide?
Yes. Okay. Yay. All right. Hello, good evening, board, executive cabinet, and community. So currently, we only have 3 more weeks of school left, and right now, AP tests are going on at the high school, as well as spring sports are coming to an end. This week, we have Cougar Olympics happening at the high school right now. This is, for those of you who don't know what Cougar Olympics is, it's when classes compete with each other in various events during lunchtime, along with doing dress-up days, which unfortunately our school hasn't been that good about dressing up. But the turnout to our Cougar Olympics during lunchtime has been tremendous, and it's just been filled with so much laughter. On Monday, just to tell you guys what we're doing. On Monday, yesterday, we had dodgeball where the sophomores won. On Tuesday, we had volleyball. Today, we had a volleyball tournament where the seniors won. Tomorrow will be basketball, and then on Thursday will be bubble soccer, and on the last day, Friday, we will be ending with an award ceremony. Next, agenda item 18.2, looking for approval, is our high school's rocketry club, who is planning to attend travel to Virginia to participate in a rocket competition. And then next, this is an event, something that I really want to stress and invite you guys, everybody, to come to. Firebringer, hosted by our New York Memorial High School's musical department, is a new Stone Age musical about environment, technology, and its effect on humanity, for better or for worse. They've been preparing for this 6 months. For 6 months now, since December. Everyone is invited. There's only 2 more shows left on May 10th at 7 p.m. and on May 11th at 2 p.m. So May 10th at 7 p.m. and May 11th at 2 p.m. Tickets are at the door, $10 for students and $15 for adults. And then next, on May 19th for our seniors, one of the most notable events seniors always look forward to is Grand Night, where seniors get the chance to attend Disneyland. And on May 22nd at 7 p.m., athletics will be having their award night. And this is just an amazing time where all the athletes are able to come together and celebrate one another. And before I end, seeing as I represent the students of Newark Memorial High School, I'm obligated to report to the board the shock and dissatisfaction among the students from the last board meeting. I would like to redirect what's happening at our schools and name 2 struggles peers and I face. And I understand that with our budget deficit and cuts being made, it may not seem as important, but it's still crucial to our students. And so, the first one, because of Newark's infamous turnover rate, students don't have consistent leadership, which causes many of the problems Newark has been historically facing. Since I've entered high school, I have gone through 5 principals, including our interim ones, and talking with teachers and peers, it's apparent that it's a frustrating issue at Newark. So while the leaders at the top are constantly being changed, the work is being picked up by our teachers, our counselors, and other employed people of Newark Unified School District, which in turn, due to the unfair distribution of work, affects students' learning. But why, do you ask, do I bring this up? It's because of our board's behavior at the last meeting. This school board is the decision makers, the leaders, and should be the leading example for our district. So you can find out how disappointing you can find it disappointing for students to see unprofessional behavior at the top of the ladder. If Newark wants to attract the cream of the crop employees, our school board needs to start being more wise with the actions they choose. Next is something that's more easily solvable, but it still hasn't been, our Wi-Fi and technology. As students living so close to Silicon Valley, the hub of technology and innovation, we deserve better computers and Wi-Fi. Emmett Wolf wrote that a man is only as good as his tools. And it still stands true today, as better resources will reduce students' daily frustrations from time-consuming lag on our computer screens. In addition to our computers, our Wi-Fi is spotty, and in case you guys didn't know, last week at the high school and our middle school, our Wi-Fi was out for 2 days. Students only have a limited amount of time in class, and when our precious minutes of learning are taken away by our Chromebooks, it affects our learning achievement. Effective technology is a need, with state tests and AP tests being done on these computers and on these Wi-Fi. So by having this ongoing issue of inefficient computers, it unfortunately sends a message to the students that the district doesn't care about us. But I know this isn't the message you guys want to send to us. And so, can we find funding or go after grants or brainstorm ideas to get access to updated technology for our students? And so, school board and district, the students in Newark are watching, and we see and honestly, we see divisions amongst you guys. And so, I'm just here to like reflect, to like be a voice for the students and get the message across that that the students are hoping decision makers for our school districts will act in a professional manner and cooperate despite differences in thoughts, because we're all going towards the same goal. And because we're going towards the same goal, I think we can professionally put aside our differences. And that's everything I had to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Lee. Questions from the board? I do have one question, and this might, I mean, I'm not sure if you're aware of it, Member Lee, but we actually had a Wi-Fi upgrade project that was going on at the high school, and this was prior to Interim Superintendent Vicar's appointment and even her coming on board in the fall. And it was my understanding that actually that was completed, but it sounds like there's still issues.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think although our Wi-Fi does work, I think a lot of it goes back to the computers because our computers is so old, it lags with the Wi-Fi. And so if I bring my own personal computer to school, the Wi-Fi is fine. But when I use the school computers, I end up it takes a lot longer for me to get my work done.
Okay, great. Go ahead, Member Webb.
Also, last week, there was an outage. Was that resolved with AT&T?
Yes, that outage was resolved with AT&T, and I really want to thank our new Director of Information Technology, Jen Lee Penaflor. She worked really hard with AT&T to get them to resolve that issue with us, and it was a problem, I believe, was throughout Newark. It wasn't just it was in those different locations, but we do know there's a problem. And just to share with you, Board Member Lee, one of the things you might recall that I had put into the first and second interim reports is that we actually shifted some money for technology so that we could do some additional improvements and start working on a refresh cycle that wasn't prior in the budget.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Great, thank you. Okay, moving on to item 7.1, resolution number 2023-2432, Day of the Teacher. And let's see here. Newark teachers continue to provide outstanding instruction and learning opportunities for each Newark student. Students, parents, administrators, and the Board of Education appreciate the efforts of our credentialed instructional staff. Newark teachers are dedicated professionals who commit long hours beyond the school day in the interest of our students. Our teachers continue to study and prepare themselves to provide the success of all of our students. Resolution number 222329 acknowledge the contributions of the district's certificated employees. And why don't we, if we can all pull it up and we'll read it. And Member Lee, would you like to start?
Yes, of course. Where do I start from? Whereas?
The first whereas.
Okay. Whereas the annual Day of the Teacher will be observed in all schools and educational institutions of the state on May 8th, 2024, and
Whereas the Board of Trustees of the Newark Unified School District wishes to commend and express its appreciation to the teachers who serve the students of the Newark Unified School District, and
Member Webb.
Whereas the Board of Trustees and the Superintendent recognize that unique and highly specialized skills are required to meet the varied needs of the young people served by the district instructional programs and are proud of the success that these programs have achieved. And
whereas it is further recognized that the quality and success of students depends significantly upon the instructional outstanding performance of the teachers who have committed their considerable skills, talents, and energies to meet the needs of their special students.
Okay, and obviously I made a mistake here. I think we need to make a motion first to adopt this resolution. So can we get a motion?
I move.
Okay.
I move that we adopt this resolution.
I'll second.
All right, so Member Thomas moves, Member Jones, Vice President Jones second. And so can we do board docs vote, please?
Votes are in. 4 aye, 1 absent. Member Plancarte absent.
Okay.
Sorry, Ms. Croce, could you please ask for student board members' vote?
My apologies.
Thank you.
Thank you, I'm a little rusty. Student board member, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so now,
Thank you, Ms.
therefore,
Croce.
be it resolved that the Board of Trustees and the Superintendent do hereby thank and commend the teachers of the Newark Unified School District for the outstanding and meaningful contributions they are making to students and families served by Newark schools. Passed and adopted by the Governing Board of Newark Unified School District this 7th day of May, 2024. Okay, so. Okay, so moving on to resolution number 2023-2433, Classified School Employees Week. Okay, classified employees continue to provide valuable services to support the district's mission to ensure success for all students. The valuable contributions of our dedicated classified support staff have a broad impact on students, classrooms, offices, maintenance, grounds, cafeterias, and other support areas. This year, the week of May 19th through the 25th has been designated as Classified Employee Week. Classified employees provide support to both students and the staff in the Newark Unified School District. Students, teachers, administrators, and the Board of Education appreciate their efforts. Resolution number 2022-2330 acknowledges the contributions of the district's classified employees. Can I get a motion to adopt this resolution?
Could I ask for a correction? It should be resolution number 2023-2433.
33. Okay. So noted. Can I get a motion?
Yes.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, so Member Jones moves and Member Wen seconds. Ms. Croce? And can we?
Member, yeah, it should be open. Member Lee, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Votes are in. 4 aye, 1 absent. Member Plancarte.
Great, thank you. Okay, so if we can also all pull up this resolution, and Member Lee, why don't you start again?
I would love to start again. Whereas the legislature, is this the right one? Whereas the legislature of the state of California has officially designated the third full week in May of each year as Classified School Employees Week, as time to recognize the many contributions of classified school employees to public education, and
whereas the members of the board and the superintendent are personally aware and appreciative of the high standard of quality and service provided by the members of the classified staff, and
Whereas the services provided by the members of the classified staff have a profound and significant effect on the operations of programs operated by the New York Unified School District.
Whereas it is further recognized that all adults in a school environment are important to the success and well-being of our students.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Trustees and the Superintendent do hereby recognize and commend the members of the Newark Unified School District California School Employees Association Local 208 for their outstanding efforts in serving the district and meeting the needs of the students, staff, and parents of the Newark Unified School District. Passed and adopted by the Governing Board of the Newark Unified School District this 7th day of May, 2024. Okay, all right, so moving on to agenda item 8.1, employee organizations. Superintendent Vacar? Or, I'm sorry. Do we have representative from NTA? Okay, come on up.
Good evening, Board. I'm David Hernandez. I'm Executive Director of the Newark Teachers Association, speaking on behalf of Sherry Villa. First of all, I want to acknowledge the boards passing their resolutions for the Day of the Teacher. We know we have hard workers here in this district that provide a quality education to the students here, as well as I want to thank the district for their acknowledgement of your classified school employees, who we know are basically the backbone of the district. They are what keeps the district moving forward. So, cheers to the classified unit. I also want to be able to give some acknowledgement that the district is moving towards some stability. We know that over the last few months, there has been instability, and there's been a lot of questions as to where the district is headed by a lot of people, not only by your certificated staff, but I believe probably even by your classified and your community as a whole, wondering where was this district headed. I'm glad to see that you are in the process of filling all the positions moving forward. That will create that stability. But at the same time, it's a little ironic that you're passing these resolutions and yet you're cutting off classified employees in a movement later on in your agenda, as well as some certificated employees. And the other part of this whole troubling piece is that we have put Sunshine to negotiate, and we have not been at the table yet. I'm this close to filing an unfair labor practice because we have Sunshine. The district has not responded. You are in the process of trying to fill positions for next year. And I can't tell you enough, and I'm sure you've heard it from enough people, that if we can't settle our contract now and be able to project what our salary schedules are going to look like for the next school year, you're going to have a lot of vacancies, right? You're going to have a lot of vacancies, and I'm not saying that as a threat, it's just a known fact. Because as I deal with Hayward, as I deal with San Lorenzo, as I deal with Emory, and I deal with New Haven, they're settled. They're, except for San Lorenzo, but the other ones are all settled, and they're putting out their salary schedules. And I hate to say it, but it's a buyer's market. Teachers are looking around. Why? One, districts are opening up the years of service. So now it makes it easier for a teacher to move from one district to another and get full credit for their years of experience. That's a big to-do here in the Bay Area. We all know that the cost of living here in the Bay Area is extremely high. Higher in the California price index, it's higher than that. The Bay Area is extremely high. You need to do something to make sure that you can retain and keep your quality teachers here. So I'm basically telling you that right now, on behalf of NTA, we're hoping that we're going to hear soon from the district about negotiations, because we are now in May, and we haven't even set up a date or, for negotiations to discuss how we can come to some type of agreement. The more we wait, it's going to be a crazy time in August when your new school year starts. So on behalf of NTA and as Executive Director of the Newark Teachers Association, I'm asking you to please take a serious step in having conversations with us about where we are in bargaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Okay, so do we have a representative from CSEA?
All right, so For those of you that don't know me, I'm Maria Huff. I'm president of the chapter, CSEA Chapter 208. For those of you who don't, hello. Good evening. Oh, is it not on there? Am I? We want to hear your beautiful voice. Ugh. I hate standing up here. You guys know this. So good evening to the board, to interim superintendent Tracy Vacker, and to our executive cabinet, and to our community and staff members that are here joined in this meeting today.
Ms. Huffer, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but could you just please lower that microphone just a little bit closer?
More.
Thank you. We'll make sure we capture.
Oh, great. Okay, so on a good note, I just want to thank the board for approving the resolution of Classified School Employees Week. Our classified staff go above and beyond with a limited crew that we have, and always are here to help. But again, we are very, we are few, but we are mighty, and we are continuing to push through as best that we can. So we hope that we can continue to move forward, and at least maybe hire some new classified where on a lot of these vacancies are at. On another note, I'll be reading a speech here. It is with great disappointment that the Classified School Employees Association, CSEA, members of Newark Unified School District respectfully submit this letter as our official notice regarding a vote of no confidence against 4 board members: Aiden Hill, Catherine Jones, Karina Plancarte, and Nancy Thomas, and request that this letter be reviewed and considered by all. This letter outlines numerous problems that have been brought forward and have come to exist at the Newark Unified School District during this board member's tenure on the school board. We all believe that all these problems stem from an unwillingness of all 4 members to listen to the red flags, issues, concerns that have been brought forward. The school board has not provided effective, competent, compassionate, transparent, or trustworthy leadership to the school district. CSEA believes that these problems have had corrosive effect on staff morale and have fostered a climate of fear, anxiety, and disrespect. We believe the erratic behavior of the board is threatening to imperil the long-term viability of Newark Unified to carry out its extraordinary mission and to serve our exceptional students. Listed below are reasons why CSEA Chapter 208 members of the Newark Unified School District have no confidence in Aiden Hill, Catherine Jones, Karina Plancarte, and Nancy Thomas. In May of 2023, the board was begged not to hire Penelope De Leon as superintendent because of numerous red flags that clearly showed she would not be a good fit or a leader for Newark Unified School District. The board appointed her anyway. The year progressed without board addressing several issues. The superintendent pushed out several management employees and have left classified positions unfilled, leaving the work being piled on classified staff and others. Furthermore, the board has allowed to continue to hire unqualified directors, which adds to the workload and stress of current members. The community did not receive a plan for the restructuring, and we expect that the board received was not sufficient for them to allow this mass destruction to occur. If the board did receive a sufficient plan, the plan was not carried out, and the board allowed this. The board approved Tracy Vacker in December against the complaints and concerns of community regarding the hefty pay. The board approved the administration to hire several consultants at a huge cost who were doing the work of district administrators inappropriately. The community questioned this and complained. The board approved layoffs without associated cost savings or rebuilding plan. When the board requested this, they were not given the information, sorry. The board was allowed several employees to be put on administrative leave without proper investigation. Although these are personal matters, we are concerned that the board is not noticing that it's not the employees, it's the administration that are not doing their jobs appropriately. The board does not see the full scope of how the district has been gutted without any plan in place to fill all those vacancies or to have the work vacated or relocated to other positions. Programs need to be cut before or along with people who run the programs. Human Resources is not currently operating properly. As of this writing, 4 of the 9, so 44%, site administrator positions only have leadership with interims, and now the whole district has an interim superintendent who has shown that she is either not willing or able to provide data or answers when asked. The communication that has been received has not been transparent or sufficient in the eyes of CSEA Chapter 208. The board has shown lack of leadership and oversight of the district, the lack of trying to resolve issues. Instead, requests the Deputy Superintendent of Business Services, CBO, to investigate matters but have no resolutions. The board's lack of transparency and accountability and their unwillingness to listen to all concerns from the staff and community. The board members have created an uncomfortable space for many members due to high anxiety and fear in the office climates. The board continues to approve new positions to fill vacancies at huge increased costs to the district, even though the previous positions were already paid at a high level. The board has continued to allow questionable hiring practices. In light of the above, the CSA Chapter 208 members at Newark Unified School District are formally advising the Newark Unified School District board members that we have no confidence that neither Aiden Hill, Catherine Jones, Karina Plancarte, Nancy Thomas have the capacity to provide Newark Unified School District the quality leadership and oversight which is essential to Newark Unified's health, effectiveness, and functioning. CSEA submits that all 4 board members lack a sincere desire to seek meaningful changes within our district when it comes to students and staff. CSE has no confidence that the board will make appropriate decisions to move the district forward in a positive light. This was passed and adopted by our CSEA Chapter 208 on the 22nd of April of 2024 by unanimous vote of the members present. I also want to read one more thing. So as the president of CSEA Chapter 208, we should all be here to support learning, promote safety, respect environment, personal space, opinions, and privacy, and to model courtesy, compassion, and respect of each other. The last few months, attending or watching from home, it has shown that this board is not what our community asked or voted for. It saddens us that our students, community, staff, are dismissed or disrespected over and over again. Name-calling, bullying, intimidation are just a few of the actions that have taken place here in this very room. I have never, in over 20 years that I've been in this district, have seen such a disgrace in conducting business and where everyone has felt unheard, frustrated, angered. This is not what our students deserve, nor how we should be modeling this behavior. The board members should be looking at themselves in the mirror and realizing they need to change. You are Newark Unified School Board. The board not making changes is proving that the behavior is tolerated, expected, and will continue. And you as board members have to be first to set a presence. Until then, nothing will change, things will get worse, trust will be gone, and we will continue to lose our families and staff to the other districts. When are we going to change? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Huffer, for your comments. And again, obviously, you've expressed a lot of concerns, and I think that we'll be working with Superintendent Vacar to reach out to you and to have a discussion about these and how we address them. So thank you. Okay. So moving on to, I'm sorry, we've got one more, Numa. Do we have a representative from Numa? No. Okay, great. Okay. All right, so moving on to item 9, public comment on agenda items 9.1. So before we begin, I just want to read some guidelines here. Okay, so we've now reached the portion of the meeting set aside for comments from the public about matters not on the agenda, but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Under Board Bylaw 9323, comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker, and the board will limit the total time for public input on each agenda item to 20 minutes. These limits have been put in place because the board believes that late-night meetings deter public participation, can affect the board's decision-making capability, and can be a burden to the staff. If a situation arises where there are more speakers on a topic than total time allotted, the president may ask members of the public with the same viewpoint to select a few individuals to address the board on behalf of that viewpoint. In order to ensure that non-English speakers receive the same opportunity to directly address the board, per Government Code 54954.3, non-English speakers who utilize a translator shall be provided at least twice the allotted time to address the board. Per Government Code 54954.2, the board shall take no action or discussion on any item not appearing on the posted agenda, except as authorized by law. However, without taking action, board members or district staff members may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed by the public about items not appearing on the agenda. Okay, and just so that everybody understands, so according to our guidelines, we basically offer 20 minutes for public comment on each agenda item, and public comments on non-agenda items is an agenda item. So theoretically, it's limited to 20 minutes. The board, though, has discretion on regarding how they want to handle this. And let me just count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So right now we have 13 speaker cards for public comment on non-agenda items. I think that we as a board have a couple of options. So there's a standard that we allow of 3 minutes per speaker. We can, if we want to keep within the 20 minutes, we could reduce the amount that each speaker has to 1 or 2 minutes. We could also, as I mentioned in the statement, we could ask people that are coming in on similar comments to caucus out in the boardroom, or I'm sorry, out in the lobby, and provide some representatives for their particular topics. Or we can simply say that we're going to let all speakers keep their full 3 minutes, and we're going to extend the 20 minutes to some other time. So I'd like to poll the board for their viewpoints on how we should address this.
I would not want to limit the speakers, but I would ask the speakers to try to be concise and not repeat what others say, and to help us through a reasonable length of time.
Okay, are there other viewpoints on this?
I would just echo what Member Thomas said, and if there's 13, that's about 40 minutes, so maybe we keep it to that 40 minutes and to try to be as concise as possible. That would be appreciated.
Any other comments? Okay, and I don't know if we need to make a formal motion to change this. Okay, so basically we're going to allow everybody to come and speak under their normal 3-minute time period. And so, but again, as I think our board members mentioned, if we can just try to be concise given the number of speakers, and if somebody else has already articulated the same point, to maybe hit on points that haven't been articulated. So with
I'm sorry, President Hill, maybe another thing would be to name the first speaker and then who's going to be next, so they can like line up. That might be helpful too.
Okay, that sounds like a good plan. All right, so first up is Reina Alcaraz. Did I say your name right? Tell me how you say it.
That's okay.
Okay, and then next after that is Angelica Ballesteros.
Hello, I will say in Spanish. Hola, mesa directiva. Mi nombre es Reina y quiero hablar de la importancia de tener buenos programas en el distrito. Las familias están yendo a Fremont porque no tienen programas y servicios que Newark no puede proveer. Tenemos el programa bilingüe, pero esta mesa no le da la importancia que se requieren. Los fondos no los están administrando bien y esos son nuestros impuestos. ¿Quieren pedirle más dinero a la comunidad? ¿Pero con qué cara si no han mostrado que saben administrar a los pocos fondos que tenemos? Yo les digo que yo no tengo confianza en esta mesa directiva. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Board of Directors. My name is Reina, and I would like to tell you about the importance of good programs in this district. The families of Newark are leaving to cities like Fremont because they don't have the programs and the services that other districts provide. We have a bilingual program, yet this Board of Directors is not giving it the proper importance that it requires. The funds that we have here are not being properly administered, and these are our community members' taxes. I would like for this board is asking the community for more money with a bond. However, with what face are you asking the community to provide more funds when you can't even administer the little funds that we have left? This community member is letting you know that I don't have any confidence in these board members. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Ms. Ballesteros? I'm sorry, next up is Tracy Blinko.
Hola, mi nombre es Angélica, soy mamá de Kennedy y hoy vengo porque ya son varios meses que no tenemos un director fijo en Kennedy. Nuestros estudiantes y maestros están sufriendo por la falta de no tener un líder. No es justo que los estudiantes acaben el año sin director. El fin de año es un tiempo muy importante para tener director y liderazgo. Ya son varias escuelas sin directores y no está bien. ¿Qué está pasando aquí? ¿Por qué el personal se está yendo? ¿Y por qué no pueden contratar a buenas personas? Los estudiantes merecen más y esta mesa no está haciendo el trabajo que necesitan los estudiantes. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Angelica, and I am a mom from Kennedy. I come here to let you know that it's been various months now that we don't have a permanent principal at Kennedy. Our students and our teachers are suffering due to not having a leader present. It is not just that our students are not being able to finish the school year without a permanent principal. The end of the school year is very important, and it's important that our staff and students have a leader. There are various schools now without a principal, and that is not okay. What is happening here at Newark? Why is so many personnel leaving? And why can't this board contract good personnel? The students deserve more, and these board members are not doing the job that they are supposed to with regards to our students. Thank you.
Okay, Tracy Blinko, yeah.
Good evening,
Well, no, I'm
members.
sorry. And Vincenta Ditto is next. Sorry, thank you.
Are you going to start my time over? Good evening, members of the board, community members, and staff. My name is Tracy Blinko, and I am the Position and Budget Manager in Fiscal Services. I'm here tonight because there was a false narrative presented at the April 16th board meeting that needs to be addressed. I emailed my concerns to Interim Superintendent Bakar the following day requesting she correct President Hill's narrative, and she told me she can't do that. During closing remarks, Board President Hill shared his opinions on workplace misconduct investigations as if they were completed and all of the situations he mentioned were found to be true. As much as I would like to myth-bust multiple claims made about the mean girls, I have limited time, so I would like to focus on one part that I am more than qualified to speak on, along with the direct fiscal impact on the district. President Hill stated, and I quote, "They also began engaging in what can only be described as acts of sabotage. In an effort to bring most district operations to a halt, certain individuals began a campaign to intimidate contract workers they brought in by secretly calling up the County Office of Education and the state to challenge their employment contracts and threaten their retirements. The minute these well-meaning contractors got wind they were being retaliated against, they left in almost an instant." Sabotage, intimidate, secrecy, challenge, threaten, retaliated. None of those words are what really happened. Let me explain. While he did not name me, he was referring to me and my job duties, which include knowing and understanding post-retirement compensation reporting to CalSTRS and CalPERS. In conversations about reporting, Ms. Vicar has confirmed many times that reporting is part of my responsibilities. Retirees have limits as to how much compensation they are allowed to collect when they provide services at an entity that pays into PERS or STRS, such as a school district. School districts have rules they need to follow when hiring a retiree. It is the responsibility of the retiree to make sure they do not go over their limit, and it is the responsibility of the district to report the compensation. Newark Unified is breaking the law by hiring retirees to perform services for the district without reporting their compensation. I contacted PERS, STRS, and ACOE, as they have requested us to do in trainings, to confirm that we need to report the earnings of retiree contractors. It was confirmed that the district is required by law to report the earnings. I did not contact them secretly, as President Hill stated. I was doing my due diligence. After confirming, I reached out to the retiree contractors' third-party employers, requesting the information needed in order to report. Requesting this information was not an act of retaliation or intimidation toward the contractors. Now for the fiscal impact. In simple terms, the longer we wait to report post-retirement compensation, the more we will owe due to late reporting penalties. I've informed Ms. Vicar that we are subject to increasing penalties. I've been waiting on Ms. Vicar to allow me to proceed with reporting the information I do have and to assist me in obtaining the additional information still needed. As of right now, we have not reported post-retirement compensation for any of the retiree contractors. I hope that I've shown here that there is no sabotage happening. My job is to make sure that Newark Unified reports what we are legally obligated to report. All I can do in life is try to solve the problem in front of me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blinko. And up next is Ms. Ditto, and after that, Ruth Dalton.
Good evening, Board. At the last regular board meeting, at Board Comments, there were a lot of comments made that were just absolutely astounding in their audacity and negativity. While I want to address them all, some were more troubling than others to me. Member Plancarte, who isn't here to face us, commented on putting the kids first and that the narrative needs to change. How about the truth? Why can't we let the truth speak and not spin it into narrative? For example, is it best for kids to have their principal of 6 years put on administrative leave when no grievance or disciplinary action is being taken against them? Is it best for kids to have a revolving door of interim principals at not 1, not 2, but 4 schools in such a small district? Is it best for kids that drum up the courage to address the board following proper procedures to basically be called liars repeatedly when they are not? When a parent stopped me at the end of drop-off in the busy morning to discuss a situation that upset her, and she was in tears balancing her roles, I stopped my regular routine and listened. I was empathetic. I took the time to listen and validated her feelings. Sound familiar, Member Plancarte? Is that something too difficult for the board to do? Member Plancarte spoke of compassion and transparency. Interesting that those same views, when shared publicly by me, caused this superintendent to be party to placing me on administrative leave. Member Plancarte, when a principal takes a phone call on her personal phone from a non-enrolled parent that is agonizing over the decision to return her child to in-person school or remain in distance learning, comforts that parent, assures that parent that their child will be successful in either option, arranges the child's placement so that there is a friendly face when that child does return to in-person. Is that compassion enough? Is that putting kids first?
Una disculpa por el problema técnico que hubo. La sala
Please stop my time.
desapareció y luego volvió ahí otra vez.
I was at 1:45. I'm sorry, I was at 45 seconds. Or I can just continue. I would encourage each of you
Yo les pido a ustedes.
Sorry.
I don't. See, I told you she's in there. Hang on. Listen, my apologies, Ms. Ditto. I'll let you resume again.
I would encourage each of you to actually talk to the people attempting to provide you information. You are only getting one side of the story, which is full of documented untruths. Ask Ms. Vicar for her communications to the temporary IT director, directing him to access my account, quote, to make sure her account was not hacked. After disabling my account and being advised by an attorney to reinstate it. That my video message was to incite BGP parents to, quote, fight the administration. Text from Ms. Vicar that say she would follow up via email to, quote, protect the district. This is just one employee of many. Do better, board. The kids and this staff deserve it.
Thank you, Ms. Ditto. So up next is Ruth Dalton, and after Ms. Dalton is Cindy Chin.
We're actually together.
Oh, okay.
All right, some tough acts to follow here. All right, good evening, board members and executive cabinet. We're here representing our staff and Birch Grove Primary. My name is Ruth Dalton. I am the office manager there. With me is Cindy Chin. She is one of our outstanding kindergarten teachers. We, the staff of Birch Grove Primary, would like to express our concerns for the future of our school community. We have experienced many trials over the past year due greatly to the lack of having a consistent principal. Medical conditions unfortunately prevented our principal from beginning this school year with us, which led to a slew of rotating administrators. We had a similar experience last year. While each provided a temporary presence, they weren't able to fill the void of a dependable leader. As the search for our next principal is started, please consider the following. BGP needs leadership. We need a commander-in-chief who will unite the staff and guide us on a common path to better serve our students. This person should be ready to serve our community even before the new school year begins. They will set expectations for the staff, the students, and families, and will be consistent with them. Our school deserves a dedicated principal who will be an ambassador for BGP on campus and at school-related events. A dedicated principal for our site, not a shared principal for our site. A dedicated, single person, single site. BGP needs communication. We need a leader who will be open and available to hear our community's needs, as well as be a voice for us. They should be the bridge that connects the school with our families, with other schools, and with the district office. Calendars and advance notice on pertinent meetings, events, and deadlines will be provided in a timely manner. Meetings in collaboration with staff will occur regularly to ensure operations are running smoothly and safely. The principal will take the appropriate action when services related to maintenance repairs, plumbing, leaky roofs, faulty alarms, fungus, HVAC, et cetera, are being neglected.
BGP needs experience. We need an administrator with a background in early childhood education. Our schools serve students from TK to second grade, 3 to 8-year-olds. Knowledge and early literacy skills is pertinent to support the needs of our young students and build their reading foundations. We also need someone who understands students with diverse learning and emotional needs and who will support families with promptly scheduled SST and cost meetings. BGP needs guidance. We need a principal who will direct us when there are shortages with staffing, who will intervene when students are dysregulated or non-compliant, and who will support all staff, especially those who are new. They will lead by example and inspire us to improve our practice and be leaders too. These are qualities of leadership that all Newark school communities and our district would greatly benefit. Newark needs better. We thank those of you who have already reached out to members of our staff, but we anxiously await your results. We have BGP staff in the audience. We want to remind you that we are not just employees. Many of us are Newark residents and taxpayers, parents of Newark students, and even products of Newark. Ruth and I are all of those. So, are we Newark proud? Something must change in order for that question to change into a statement. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Dalton and Ms. Chin. Okay, so moving on to Darnay Lang, and then after that, Rachel Hunt.
Good evening. My name is Darnay Lang. And as a parent, I am now here to express my deep concern regarding this board's action over the last year. As a parent, I am invested in the education and the well-being of our children, and I'm increasingly frustrated by the lack of clarity surrounding our board's decisions and your increasingly combative tone in communications with your public who voted for you and fellow staff members and fellow board members. This board has insisted that being transparent with the discussions of a perceived reality and everything will be all right. However, transparency isn't what you're telling us you're going to do. Transparency is why you're doing it. And we have none of that. You're making decisions in closed-door sessions, announcing changes without adequate explanation or justifications, and then telling us not to worry about it when we stand here and express concerns. That doesn't foster a healthy school environment or a healthy school district. It's crucial to emphasize that my apprehension right now doesn't stem from a place of opposition or disagreement with the board, but rather a genuine desire for clarity and understanding. As a community, we owe it to our children and our educators to foster an environment of open communication and collaboration. When the public is not privy to the reasons why you are making those decisions, it does breed fear, absolutely, and uncertainty among the stakeholders like myself, and we're left to fill in those gaps with assumptions, often leading to unnecessary anxiety and mistrust, which you have now. Dismissal of constituents' questions concerning any public agency or coming from any public agency becomes particularly alarming when it impacts the welfare of our children. The recent exodus of talented individuals from our schools serves as a glaring indication of significant underlying issues with how this board has managed this district. When dedicated professionals feel compelled to leave their positions, it raises serious questions about the work environment and the support structure within this department and district. Those who have resigned, combined with the decisions that this board and administration made to release capable staff and replace them with high-cost contractors, we can only start to question if the board is even capable of making cost-effective choices for this district's financial crisis already. Repeated refusals to respond to public questions about concerns and going as far as to squash them by attempting to eject attendees from public meetings only increases our concerns. I implore you to prioritize transparency and what that actually means for future endeavors and ensure that the rationale behind your decisions are clearly communicated to all of us. And please be mindful that your constituency is made up of more than just English speakers. It needs to be readily accessible, and it needs to do better, and you need to do better.
Thank you, Ms. Lang. So Ms. Hunt is next, and then after that is Senora Santiago.
Good evening, members of the school board. My name is Rachel Hunt, and tonight I would like to remind you that not just current parents and faculty are watching the school board and your actions. It is every member of this community. Tonight specifically, I would like to implore you to keep technology teacher on special assignment, Mrs. Pauline Kim, and her elementary level computer science program in the Newark Unified School District. A bit about myself. I've lived in Newark my entire life. I attended Snow Elementary School, then Newark Junior High School, and then Newark Memorial High School. And unfortunately, I've experienced firsthand the insanely high turnover rate we've had as administrators in this school district. After graduating Memorial High School, went to the University of California, Berkeley as a pre-law student, and I now work for the U.S. Department of Justice as a paralegal in their antitrust division, where we recently have filed a lawsuit against Apple and their iPhone monopoly. Before this, I didn't know a single thing about computer science. And over the course of this past year, I've had to learn about the very difficult mechanics of the iPhone, its hardware, operating systems, its host of framework libraries, and applications and application programming interfaces that are what make your smartphone a tool that is so useful that most people keep it on their person at all times of the day. I had never planned on doing anything technology related in my career, but that's the funny thing about living in Silicon Valley. Just about everything in our lives is touched by tech. From the self-driving cars being assembled over at Tesla in Fremont to the same-day deliveries being made by Amazon's Newark warehouse. And these are places where many of my previous classmates now work and are having their labor taken advantage of. In high school, I took, I think exactly 10 advanced placement courses, and yet even I was too scared to touch computer science. I was intimidated by the fear of struggling and failing in such a white, male-dominated space. And if we look at my alma mater alone, only 6% of the 33,000 UC Berkeley students are majoring in computer science as of fall 2023. And among that 6%, only 23% of them are female, only 25% of them are first-generation students, and only 14% of them are Black, Latino, or Native American, demographics that make up Newark Unified's student body. The future is going to be influenced by technology, whether we want it to or not, and the people designing that technology are shaping what communities it caters to. And if someone with my background is too intimidated to be entering that space, what do you think are the odds of the average student in the Newark Unified School District? From as early as I could talk, my parents, who themselves are college graduates, were constantly telling me that college was not optional, but a requirement and an expectation. And this is the kind of thing that gets internalized at a young age and becomes a motivator and part of who you are and how you think of your own identity. And for many of Newark students, they may not have this voice at home, but they do from our school teachers. Mrs. Kim is one such amazing teacher that is making an impact on our elementary school students. I've had the pleasure of knowing her as a community member for years. I can confidently say that she is a constant source of support and enrichment who genuinely cares about her students and providing them with a STEM foundation that so many other college track students in other districts like Fremont get. Most importantly, Mrs. Kim is someone who convinces her students to believe in themselves and realize their own potential. By getting rid of her program, you are doing an immense disservice to Newark students and depriving them of one of the only resources in the school district that equips them to compete in the tech-focused STEM job market that lies right in our backyard. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Up next is Senora Santiago, and after that is Jeff Anderson.
Buenas noches, mesa directiva. Mi nombre es Marta Santiago. Soy miembro del comité de DILAC. Como comité de DILAC, no nos hemos tenido reuniones desde antes de febrero formalmente a causa que la señora León sacó a la señora Abby Kers. La señora Abby tenía todas las reuniones programadas siempre, estaba presente en las reuniones y nos tenía bien informados. Como comité de DILAC, y hoy en día no ha sido el caso que tengamos esas reuniones. Apenas este lunes nos avisaron de los cortes que va a haber en el CAP y los recursos que están cortando para los estudiantes y familias de aprendizajes del inglés. Los fondos para los traductores se van a cortar más de la mitad, mientras que las familias siguen exigiendo que ocupamos traductores y no lo hay. Les recuerdo que la ley dice que este distrito tiene que traducir en español. También queremos que renueven el contrato de CIO, ya que le están quitando a más de 850 estudiantes la oportunidad de tener dicho programa. Sabemos que el distrito está batallando con finanzas, pero les quiero hacer saber que esto no es culpa de los estudiantes. Ellos tienen derecho a una buena educación y esta mesa directiva es responsable asegurarse que tengamos los recursos necesarios y su prioridad tienen que ser los estudiantes. Con sus acciones, la mesa directiva está dejando a los estudiantes sin maestros capacitados con sus credenciales necesarias. Los maestros están yendo de este distrito escolar y la mesa directiva no ve el peligro ni las consecuencias que conlleva que nuestros estudiantes no tengan maestros capacitados para que reciban una educación de calidad. Y por si fuera poco, más de la mitad de nuestras escuelas no tienen directores. Yo no tengo confianza que esta mesa directiva siga manejando este distrito escolar por sus acciones. Y les vuelvo a dejar este lema: la transparencia genera confianza. Muchas gracias, mesa directiva.
Thank you, Senora Santiago.
Good evening, school board members. My name is Marta Santiago, and I am a member of the DLAC committee. The DLAC committee, we recently had a meeting with the DLAC committee, but we have not had a formal meeting since before February. And this is all because of the dismissal and the forcing out of Ms. Abby Cairns on behalf of Ms. De Leon. Ms. Abby Cairns had all the meetings programmed and was always present and was very informed at all our DLAC meetings. But this has not been the case since she was obligated to leave Newark. And just on Monday, we were notified that there's going to be cuts to the LCAP and that the cuts are going to be affecting the students and the families of those students who are English speakers. The funds for translators will be cut to more than half, while our families continue to demand that we require translation, yet they tell us they don't exist. I want to remind this district that it is your obligation and the law to have translation in Spanish for our families. I also want to let you know that we want you to renew the contract for SEAL, because without this contract, you will be leaving more than 850 students without such a wonderful program. We know that this district is battling finances. However, I want to let you know that this is not the students' fault. The students deserve a good education, and this board is responsible to ensure that the students have all the resources necessary and to make the students a priority. The actions of the board are leaving the students without teachers, without quality teachers, and teachers with credentials. The teachers are leaving NUSD, and the board is not understanding the gravity of the consequences and how it's going to affect our students and our teachers. because they will not be able to receive a quality education. And if it cannot be any less, half of our schools do not have principals. I, as a community member, and letting you know that I do not have confidence in this board and no longer have the confidence that you are managing the district in the correct manner. I would like to remind you that transparency generates confidence. Thank you.
So next up is Mr. Anderson, and after that, Angela Silvera.
Good evening, board and community. I am here as a celebration of community, and I want to start tonight with a question that I ask each of you. What is your theory of power? Where do you think power comes from? What do you think it's for? My theory of power focuses on the brilliance and capacity of ordinary people to know what is best for themselves and to be able to solve their own problems, or our own problems. By ordinary people, I mean workers, teachers, staff, administrators, parents, students, and community members that this district is supposed to serve. To transform the potential power of ordinary people into real political power, I believe we need to get organized. The more people, the more power we have. I'm overjoyed, very inspired today and every day for the last few meetings to see faces in this room and people speaking up. Turns out that the people that actually do this work are the ones that know what the hell is going on in the district. I'm also really happy to know that I'm not the only person who has been threatened for asking folks to follow the law. Ridiculous. This power that we have, each of us individual, when we stay separated, we are diminished. When we organize and come together, we are strengthened. United, we are strong. It's one of the first things that I said at this board, and I'll say it every single time we come. This power is built through mass, inclusive, collective action. Only if we build highly dynamic, organized groups that act in solidarity will we take command of spaces that will allow us to transform this district into the ones that will serve our students better. And the crazy thing is, I want to invite you in. I'm not trying to fight you. I'm trying to serve you. I hear more from your people than you do. I'm in those spaces. I listen. So what I want to say is, let us all get organized. I will repeat it every single time. Let us tap into the brilliance of organized labor that have been doing this for decades. Let us remind ourselves how powerful we are when we act together. Second thing I want to say is teachers' working conditions are students' learning conditions. When we do not treat our teachers and staff well, our students don't learn well. We're losing teachers because they need more support. Last thing I want to say, we had 100 people fill out that survey. I cannot wait to report it. Principal Herrera has reached out. There are some great responses from Schilling DLI program, and I'm looking forward to reporting those to you. Please respond to Elba's email. We have a bunch of people waiting. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Up next, Angela Silvera, and after that, Pauline Kim.
Hello, board members. My name is Angela Silvera, and I'm a parent to a high schooler, a middle schooler, and an elementary student in NUSD. Today, I come to you, though, as a Newark Middle School PTSA board member. I'm asking that the NUSD pave the way for Newark City Council by adopting a school board resolution that calls for a comprehensive tobacco retail licensing ordinance, including ending the sale of all flavored tobacco products and vapes. Newark is currently the only city left in this whole county that does not have a tobacco retail ordinance, and I think this is wrong, especially since my two older children have both witnessed and experienced the backlash of students vaping in the school's bathrooms. Here are some facts about what our students felt and thought about vaping just last year. Nearly 3 out of 4 12th graders believe obtaining vapes is easy, and 12% of 11th graders reported having vaped nicotine. This means the students have access and they know it. In fact, in 2023, just last year, BASTA ran a survey of 123 Newark students and learned that 80% of them say there is a tobacco retailer they can easily walk to from home. And 89% of 117 Newark community members believe flavored tobacco products are appealing to young people. And did you know this? 4 out of 5 youth smokers, so 80% of youth, start with flavored tobacco products. But if we reduce the access to tobacco retailers in Newark, then our students would not have the ease that they do to get it now, which in turn would lead to students being healthier. Please act now and follow in line with what New Haven Unified did and adopt a board resolution that calls for a local tobacco retail ordinance in Newark. I've printed out a copy of New Haven's resolution, so you have a template you can use to make this easily happen. We all know this is an issue, or there would not be sensors at the bathrooms in the schools that have the principal come running to find kids in the bathroom. We also know this because if you ask high schoolers or middle schoolers, they do not want to go to the bathroom for fear of there being vaping in the bathroom, and you can ask pretty much any student and they would say the same. You are all saying that you want to help make a difference for our students, and I want to believe that because I believe in the good. Well, here is a way to make one, not only for these current students, but for all of the ones to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Silvera. And then just one moment, Ms. Kim. And so go ahead, Member Wen.
If I could have the floor, President Hill, I just wanted to address Ms. Silvera.
Sure.
Because we had, at the last liaison meeting with the city of Newark, we had specifically asked them if they would be interested in adopting the resolution for the tobacco ordinance. And they too have been working on that. So I'm hopeful that in the future, near future, that we will be able to do that. So thank you for coming up here and addressing that. And I just wanted to let you know that both the city of Newark and the school board is actively looking into working towards that.
Awesome, and I think a resolution would help just nudge them forward.
No, for sure. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, Ms. Kim, you have the floor.
Good evening. I'm Pauline Kim, and I'm reading on behalf of John Pierce, CEO of the nonprofit CSS Elementary, the nation's leading nonprofit for elementary STEM and computer science education, and also helped with our family code nights. School districts have a hard decision to make, but some are easier than others. Today, just 6% of U.S. high school seniors take a single computer science class. That means 94% of our students have been let down by their district, not provided with the foundation of tech skills, self-belief, and confidence that they are essential if they are to thrive in the digital AI age upon us. Pauline Kim and the Newark District STEAM program stands as a profoundly important protector of NUSD's children. With Pauline teaching over 900 K-5 students that the defining literacies of the future, they are prepared to embrace further learning throughout their lives. Knowing her spirit and work, I can say that she is sorry, it's weird to read about myself. I can say she is extraordinarily good at what she does. For these reasons, her position must be preserved, or Newark students will join others, let down by their districts, critically unprepared for the digital future they certainly face. That's from John. Just wanted to add one thing. Ms. Hunt, Rachel Hunt, I've known her since 7th grade. She is not the only female student that has felt that they don't belong in computer science. And I wish and hope that you can really understand how important at elementary computer science is. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kim. And then finally, last speaker for non-agenda items, Lupe Lopez.
Good evening, members of the board. I wish to express deep concerns regarding the comments made by Ms. Jones during the April 16 meeting, describing fear as false evidence appearing real, and suggested it stems from ignorance or a lack of understanding. These statements labels our community as ignorant and misinformed. Serious issues have been raised regarding the actions the board has taken, which have placed the district in a dire situation. You failed to do your homework by hiring a superintendent whose past roles were marked by financial instability, legal challenges, employee harassment, and not to mention previous lawsuits, including the full judgments against her for over $8 million. Despite this knowledge, because you were aware, there were no investigation raising significant concerns about the board commitments to fiscal responsibility and ethical governance. Furthermore, Mr. Hill reference to community members voicing their concerns as mean girls was not only inappropriate, but dismissive of legitimate grievances. Such rhetoric discourages open dialogue and it stands contrary to the value of respect and inclusive, crucial, effective governance. In closing, Ms. Jones assumes that fear drives us to voice concerns. I will disagree. It is not fear, but courage that brings us to this podium. Courage to speak out, despite knowing our words are being overlooked and decisions have already been made behind closed doors, which undermines transparency. We urge the board to prioritize genuine engagement with the community, transparency in decision-making, and accountability in all actions moving forward. Rebuilding trust requires a commitment to open communication and a willingness to address community concerns head-on. One last thing. Board, consider watching the Glendora School Board previous recording of their meetings in 2022, which they are enlightening. You'll be surprised.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. Okay, so we're now going to move on to the next agenda item, which is public comment on agenda items. And let me just read the protocols briefly here. Okay, so prior to the board's deliberation on posted agenda items, we will now hear any comments from the public on these items. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes each, and we will take comments for a total of 20 minutes for each item. Public comments on agenda items must follow the guidelines set forth at the beginning of the meeting. Okay, and we will allow, if you'd like to share your comment now, you can. If you'd like to wait until the agenda item comes up, you can speak before the agenda item, or you can speak after the agenda item has been presented. And so with that, the first agenda item that we have is 11.3, Budget Reduction Plan, and speaker is Angela Silvera. Ms. Silvera, would you like to come up?
Can I wait until before the agenda item?
Okay, so you're going to wait till we have it. Okay, no problem. All right. And then finally, we have 12.4, final resolution ordering the dismissal of certificated staff due to layoff. We pulled this item, right? Did we pull? We modified it. Okay. So, Ms. Kim. Okay, great. So, Ms. Kim, would you like to come forward and speak?
Just to clarify, the resolution, agenda item 12.4, resolution number 2023.24.36. Final resolution ordering the dismissal of certain certificated staff due to layoff. That first sentence is a little disconcerting, just making sure that it's dismissal. It's not truly a dismissal, truly. The first paragraph, whereas the reduction or elimination of particular kinds of certificated service reads fine, and then eliminate the position for the 24-25 in the second one. And we had no hearing. But the fourth one, we want to clarify, whereas by statute, the district is provided to final notice of layoff to certificate employees before May 15, 2024. We're wondering, we're not laying off us, but we are reassigning. We want to make sure that is in this resolution, okay? Secondly, well, now third, at the end, there is an employee listed as 1.0, but that employee is only a 0.6 FTE and never has been a full-time TOSA. Just want to have that clarified also in your resolution. I guess I can give you that employee number since I'm her. Never have been. I just want to make sure that, you know, this is a legal document and resolution. I want to make sure that we have everything clarified because when we all read it, it was a little disconcerting that we're not being reassigned to positions. It says dismissal. So we want to have that noted before you vote upon it. Okay?
Great.
Okay, we're good?
Any questions? Okay, go ahead, Member Lee.
I just wanted to clarify, so she is not getting dismissed? Like she's not, no, she's just being reassigned?
Correct, and yeah, let's have the superintendent provide any additional clarifications that are needed, or.
So everyone, if you don't mind, but on the certificated layoff list, every person on that list does have a position to come back into with the TOSAs. I'll be meeting with you guys following up on the week. We've got opportunities for different sites. We want to honor the work you've done and get you back into a position, but the position is being laid
Yes,
off, not the person.
That's and I want to make sure that's very clear in this resolution because the way it's read to us, or some of it,
Thank
it
you for
doesn't
that,
say that.
absolutely.
Okay?
And we'll acknowledge that and make sure that it is the position, not the person.
Thank you.
But the person will be impacted into another spot.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much. We want to clarify that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ms. Kim. Okay, and Vice President Jones?
Before we would vote on this, do we need to amend to change the one FTE to the 0.6?
Yes, for the record, it would be 0.6 on that, is that correct? Okay, perfect. And again, those positions, there's 4 TOSAs and a counselor as well on that position. So we will be meeting with them to be able to put them in a reassignment of another position within our organization at the same or minimum salary of where they're at currently, so their property's not impacted. But the position, again, there's the position, which is a full-time equivalent, and then there's the person. So the person does have certainty of jobs, of what's available, and then the position will be eliminated for cost savings.
And if you wouldn't mind, since this is agenda item 12.4, so we got a little time.
Absolutely.
And so if you could just take a second look at the resolution and see if
Absolutely.
there's
Sure.
any wordsmithing that we need to do, that'd be great. Thank you. Yeah, Member White.
Actually, I would like to make a I would like to motion that we pull this item, get everything fixed, because again, I read it the same way as Ms. Kim when I was reading the employee instead of the position. I think it's really crucial that since we did already have the other resolution pulled, we might as well pull this, fix it, and then there's no, ands, ifs, or buts, and there's no misunderstanding. So I just want to make if that's possible.
So, okay, so where we're at right now with the timeline and cutoff, there's not going to be allowable time to come back to it. The attorneys did prepare the information. I will address it and we'll do the addendum on it. The classified report, the only thing that was an addendum on that, we actually reduced one of the positions on the layoff list. So there was 3 originally, now it's down to 2. And I can provide more explanation on that when we get to that point. But these notifications are required by law to be in hand by May 15th.
Oh, which I understand, but we need to have our due diligence and make sure that, we aren't accidentally or improperly terminating employees in the district. And I know that I had this discussion with interim superintendent Fakar earlier today, that I would have preferred that we had positions there. I don't necessarily agree. I mean, I'm fine with employee numbers being there, but it's better to always, so that we can understand and also reconcile the positions that we have and the positions that we're going to be laying off to the ones that we, have in previous resolutions. And also not only that, but to the budgeting plan that we have, that we're getting prepared to look at.
If I can make a recommendation, I think you can, in your vote on this item, you can identify the change that you're making to the resolution.
We can amend the language, right? So that's why I was asking that we take a look at that. And my understanding is that the attorneys have already looked at this. So I think that we just need to dot the i's and cross the t's. And we can discuss it when that item comes up. Okay, so moving on to agenda item 10.1, Superintendent Report. So Superintendent Vakar?
Thank you. Good evening, board members and community. The district will be working on a Board 10 schedule again this summer, which will begin on June 3rd through July 26th. Additionally, I was able to attend the Mayor's State of the City address with Board Member Thomas, where it was kicked off by our marching band, and many of our students performed throughout the day. We also had booths that were set up along the promenade. It was an exciting day. Some great news about changes that will be coming to Newark, which I think will be enhanced improvements for continued commerce. I also want to thank Lincoln Elementary for inviting me to their talent show and to Shilley Elementary for a great open house. Our classroom and talented students were the highlight. I want to thank the teachers and parents for your thoughts on how we can improve. And lastly, we had a chance to celebrate our ELD students who were reclassified last week. It was a great celebration. It was a wonderful night, and I want to express my appreciation to the students, the parents, and our staff who made the evening celebration extra special. The evening was filled with food, cake, dancing, and certificates to be able to congratulate our students. On May 17th, our district will be celebrating the many years of service by dedicated employees, and we will begin sharing in the joy of those who will be entering to that milestone years and to recognize our retirees for their many years of service. Thank you for all that you do. We truly appreciate your service to our community. Many of our community members, including parents, teachers, and students, have reached out to me to share their concerns about leadership and staffing. I want you to know that we are working hard to identify great leadership for our key positions that are vacant. These include principals, teachers, classified, key district staff members that we need for the 24-25 school year. We will continue to bring you updates as we close out this school year. My goal is to identify leadership before July 1, 2024, and I'm hopeful that we will be able to do that. We're working hard to be able to streamline processes and get input from our community members in our school sites on what they need. Again, we are listening. I truly do appreciate the comments that have been made here this evening. We'll continue to strive to do better. Thank you. That concludes my comments.
Thank you, Superintendent. Questions from the board? Member Lee?
Last time, I would ask this at the end, but I have to leave soon because I have an AP test this week. But last time I asked for an update on this football field. How is it coming along?
Go ahead. Yep, please go ahead.
Okay, so this is day number 8 for me, so if I have all the information. I just came in, so one of the objectives of several projects, including the turf and track project that I'll be taking to make sure it's shepherded and moved down the line. So we are currently in the process of some revisions to the specs to make sure, from a constructability perspective, there were some things I think in the original plan that were over-spec'd that probably would cost too much money, providing no value. So we're doing that, potentially saving significant, like hundreds of thousands of dollars. So doing that, we're looking at ways to expedite the bidding process. And so I'll let the board know about that. I don't want to say what that is right at the moment until I have it confirmed, but it would expedite the process. And so our goal is to have that board approve some sort of a contract, hopefully, by June. That's the goal for construction to start after that. Now, as far as when construction would start after that, we'd have to work with the site, the principal and the athletic director to determine the best coordination as far as when that would be. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. Wait, so we'll have another meeting in June too?
So, yes, we have to have the board approve it, and I'm not going to say necessarily right now because I got a method I think can expedite the bidding process, but I have to confirm that first with legal and some other people in terms of that process. So I got a way to build. Normally, the bidding process itself is 4 to 6 weeks. So I'm trying to compress that to shorter by a particular different method, but I'll let the board know that when I discover that.
Okay, thank you so
Yes.
much.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Okay. All right, so moving on to staff report 11.1, teaching and learning with STEAM, superintendent.
Yes, I'm so excited to be able to share this information with you this evening. I'm sorry, I can't get my item here to open. So this evening before you is Dr. Leonore, sorry about that, who will be presenting our STEAM plan this evening.
You gotta put your.
Sorry about that. Sorry, this evening we are going to be presenting our STEAM initiative, which was established in 2020. There's two components of our STEAM initiative, which are the STAR and the New Go. Our science, technology, aerospace, and robotics STAR is focused on establishing a TK-12 focus on computer science by developing computational thinking, engineering. Newark goes outdoors with New Go. It is grounded on the Newark Unified School District's environmental literacy plan. Its vision states that all students will have access to high-quality environmental literacy learning experiences based in inquiry, reflection, and real-life applications, utilizing safe and available outdoor spaces. This will engage students in engineering and design thinking to prototype solutions for real-world environmental justice issues in our community. And so I look forward to having this presentation this evening.
Good
Thank you,
evening.
Leonore.
Good evening, Newark community, Interim Superintendent Vacar, Board President Hill, Executive Cabinet, and members of the Board of Education. I am Leonor Rabasura, Program Administrator of Science, presenting a staff report on the STEAM initiative. During the school year 2020 to 2021, a most ambitious vision emerged, the K-12 Comprehensive Pathway, focusing on two significant issues, environmental literacy and computational thinking. It reminded us of the 2018 Board STEAM resolution. By the end of that school year, two major initiatives were approved by this board. Earlier this year, the district science leadership team was directed to integrate New Go, Newark Goes Outdoors, and STAR into STEAM. These are the goals identified for 23-24. Tonight, I will report back on the accomplishments of these goals. The district science leadership team of classroom teachers, specialists, principals, and district administrators, supported by our Bayside partners, have diligently collaborated and actively advocated for the implementation of all the activities included in STAR and New Go. It may be a small group, but since membership of this team has been consistent through the last 5 years, it has been a powerful force in sustaining and elevating the instruction and focus on science in Newark. At the January District Science Leadership Team seminar, the members learned how to integrate computational thinking activities into other content areas from the Lawrence Hall of Science experts. As a result of the seminar and technical assistance from our Bayside partners, Lincoln Elementary, with the leadership of Amanda Gallagher, a district science leadership team member, developed the STEAM print. This is an instructional map that shows how all the content areas are integrated. This is a plan developed by Renee Angelo, another district science leadership team member, and her grade level partner, Courtney Perry. It's all based on and grounded on the FOSS science curriculum. At the elementary level, the main goal for this year was to expand the collaboration between our tech DOSA, Pauline Kim, and the classroom teachers to teach unplugged and plugged computational thinking, grade-appropriate lessons to students from TK to grade 5. As a result, there was an increase from 28% to 68% of elementary classes participating in these lessons over the last 2 years. Though the tech DOSA only works 3 days per week, she's able to teach 900 students per month. Ms. Kim also moderated after-school coding classes at all the elementary schools for grades 3 to 5 through Girls Who Code and for all the 5th grade students with the 3-day Scratch Bootcamp. What did the teachers think of the program, you might ask? Here is a sampling of feedback from teachers who participated for the first time this year. The more comprehensive data source is linked for your reference. In February, Mrs. Kim led 5 family code night events held at the STAR Lab at the high school. It was a very dynamic and exciting event where parents learned to code with their children. And I believe some of you were there as well. At the middle school, Ms. Denise Cuevas, another member of the science leadership team, shares these updates. In the 6th grade, the elective will provide students with introductory knowledge of coding. They learn the foundational skills of coding by completing tutorials that teach them block-based programming to code lights, music, create animations, and use various sensors such as motion, light, and temperature. This is the first year 7th and 8th graders are using VEX IQ robots. Students built their first robot, the BaseBot, in late October, then began their first STEM lab unit, Tug of War, in November. Students learned to code the robot using block-based coding on the website, VEX Code IQ. Today, students have bracket-style competitions in class where students keep competing until there's one final champion. At the high school, the goal was to expand recruitment of memorial students through CS for All. Mr. Jacob Goldsmith, a science leadership team member, worked with 3 math teachers. They co-taught a 90-minute Python lesson in all geometry and math integrated 1 classes. This effort introduced coding to 100% of geometry students and increased the enrollment of APCS principals classes. In addition, if I'd like to point out that little table at the bottom, we achieved 300% over the Alameda County average in girls enrolled in computer science and students of color enrolled in computer science. Moving on to NewGo, this year we continue our partnerships with different community organizations which provided outdoor learnings for opportunities for students to accomplish the goals of NewGo. Grade 3, students learned about the Ohlone culture at Coyote Hills Regional Park, and this is Ms. Carpenter's class. The 4th graders went to Tule Ponds, and you'll see some of the reflections from Ms. Babbitt's class. The 5th graders enjoyed their outdoor classroom at Science Camp. The 6th graders all immersed themselves in the fascinating marine ecosystem at the Monterey Bay Aquarium. Linked to this slide is the Google Classroom with lessons created by Carol Rose, a science and math teacher at the middle school and a science leadership team member, to extend and enrich the field trip experience. Okay, hold on. All right. And all 9th grade biology students are once again going to Don Edwards Refuge. This is the culminating activity to the series of classroom lessons on environmental literacy that was created by Tia Glagolev, the naturalist at Don Edwards, and the 3 biology teachers at the high school. This experience was made possible by the creative scheduling skills of Rachel Silva, a member of the science leadership team. More outdoor learning experiences are scheduled in May. Oh, here we go. It was in the wrong order. Lincoln Elementary capped off the 3rd year of their Link focus on environmental literacy with a family science day at the park on April 26. The energy and enthusiasm was encouraging and inspiring. Families and staff learning with each other. We appreciate the support and active involvement of our partners, Alameda County Water District, East Bay Regional Park District, the Lawrence Hall of Science, Don Edwards San Francisco Bay Refuge, Ohlone Humane Society, Mineral and Gem Society of Castro Valley, and Alameda County Mosquito Abatement District. On May 22, the science leadership team will identify goals for 24-25 to ensure that environmental literacy and computational thinking skills are strongly integrated into the daily learning experience of all our students and to expand on the great accomplishments this year. I am so proud to be working with such a dedicated and inspiring leaders. Full steam ahead. Thank you.
I just really want to thank Leonore and her team. They have been amazing at what they're doing. You can see some of the great work. Are there any questions? Comments?
Member Wen? Student Member Lee?
It's just so amazing to see all the amazing things that you guys achieved this year. Thank you.
And that's just a tip of the iceberg. There's so much more. But couldn't put them in 5 minutes. So.
Member Wen?
Thank you, Ms. Leonora Robasora, for the presentation. I really appreciate all of the updates that you have given us, and I just want to commend the leadership team, the district science leadership team, for really embracing the STAR and NewGo program for our STEAM,
and it's been doing wonderful. And I am at a loss because I do recognize the importance of Miss Paulina Kim and the work that she does with the TOSAs. And this year alone, being a part of the Girls Who Code, and then also the Code Night events at the high school, getting our parents involved and our students so that they actually see and buy into the program at the high school moving forward. All those things, I am worried that without her leadership in that role, that we are going to be stagnant or that the program is going to decline. And so I'm always hoping for progression in this field. I myself fell into tech unannounced and have been in tech for 22 years. And so I understand what our Ms. Rachel Hunt had said about, earning our space, feeling confident and comfortable in that space. And as a woman and a woman of color, to be able to hold her own in a field of majority held by men, I think it's really important that we continue the work. And so I really do support the continuation of our Science TOSA, and especially, I believe, the work that Ms. Paulina Kim does. So I just want to thank you, Ms. Paulina Kim, and along with the rest of the team. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That's very important. Without the elementary star, we don't know what's going to happen at the secondary level. And at this point, it really is about our TechTOSA working with the teachers and getting our teachers comfortable and integrating that part of our learning into their daily life. So thank you very much for pointing that out. We appreciate your support.
Okay, Member Thomas?
I too would like to say how impressive it is to see how far we've come with STEAM.
3 years.
I know. I remember way back in the day when I first started working in the district on the board, and I brought grant funds for K-6 hands-on science, and still seeing how FOSS kits are being used in the district. I myself was an electrical engineer when I was the only one in the class way back in the day. So I really appreciate the work that we're doing to get more girls and women engaged in science, computer science, technology, and STEAM-related careers. I remember how the science resource teachers took the reins and made that STEAM resolution happen. And seeing all the work with the maker spaces and all of our elementary schools and all the work that's happened since then. And I agree with you, Member Wynn, that we can't let this die. We have to keep the momentum going.
And we have to start early. We have to start as early as possible.
Right. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, just one last comment. To all the girls or young ladies out there who's interested in computer science, please know that there is space for you, and you should definitely own it.
Definitely. Thank you.
Okay, other questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Ribasura.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on to 11.2, Special Education Update, Superintendent.
So it's my pleasure to introduce Ms. Olivia Rangel to you this evening. She is going to be giving you a special education overview. Welcome.
Good evening, Executive Cabinet, Board of Trustees, and Newark Community. I'm Olivia Rangel, and I'm the Director of Special Education. Last year, I came to you and did a full presentation on our processes, procedures, our services we offered. Since you're all returning, I thought I'd just give you a brief update on where we are today. Oops. First thing I did was did something wrong. Here we go. So as I said last year, there are 13 eligibility categories in which a student can qualify for an IEP. Last year, we had 817 students in special education. With the declining enrollment, we're down to 803 students in special education. Now you'll see our top eligibilities are specific learning disability, autism, and speech. Those are our 3 top areas that we qualify students under. Now, we did reduce in specific learning disability, but then our other categories such as autism and speech and language did increase. We submit this data every year to the state in which we get feedback on our areas of disproportionality. We are in year 3 of being disproportionate in over-identifying our Hispanic or Latino students as specific learning disabilities. So I'm going to go on over what the plan has been for the last 2 years, what we're going into year 3, and what happens if we go into year 4. Another area in which we need more growth is we are over-identifying students with special needs. And I know that's come up in the past because it does impact our budget. But as you can see, there's 2 numbers up there. Our current numbers are we are 14.5% special ed in Newark currently. Last year, we were 13.8. So as you can see, we are very different from our SELPA partners. Fremont is 9.4 and New Haven is 11.2. So I'm going to talk about how we tried to address this and where we're going next. So I did on this slide, before I move to the next one, I wanted to show what all students look like in Newark Unified. And as you can see, 53% of our population is Hispanic. I'm going to go to the next slide because this is important. But under special education, 61% of our students are Hispanic. So that right there is disproportionate. And then in addition, we're over-identifying in specific learning disability. So in our first year, the Ed Services team really focused on the SST process. What had happened prior was every school site had their own SST process. And while that is a general education function, typically with the turnover in Ed Services, I've just taken it on as supporting the entire district through the SST handbook. And so while the Ed Services team initially created the handbook, I've been really responsible in training, adapting, and adjusting, and letting the sites know how to go through the process. So in our year 2, we implemented the SST process, and as we go into next year, we're going to refine it. We're going to retrain our staff to ensure that everyone is aware and following the same process. We do need to do more training to our general education partners, just so they're aware of some early interventions that can occur before referral to special education. And then also in assessing our students, once they get to the assessment component, we want to start looking at what our psychologists are doing. We are lucky enough, I'm going to cover it later, that we are fully staffed with district psychologists, so we're aligning practices, but now we're going to invite in the Diagnostic Center of Northern California to kind of do some case studies to see what are some areas of discrepancy that we maybe are not aligning to, and really focusing on more patterns of strengths and weaknesses, which are 2 different ways to qualify under a specific learning disability. Now, if we go into year 4, it gets a little challenging because our partners in Fremont and New Haven, they are in year 4. It's a little bit more of a grueling process, and in addition, we do have to set aside some of our funds to address this disproportionality. So it gets a little bit more complicated. So we're going to do our best to address this in the next year again. Other areas of growth for special education, these are not new, is our staffing shortages. Specifically, we are short-staffed in teachers, paraprofessionals, and statewide in speech and language therapists. And I have a diagram next about how many staff in each we do have. So these are also largest impacts on our budget, right, are contracted with our agencies. Also our non-public school and residential services, I have another slide for that, transportation, and also impacts of COVID. You know, I think one of the things is changing our mindset that behaviors don't always equal special education. We have some lower level interventions we have to do to ensure that we are meeting our kids' needs before they move into special education. Despite all this, we have made some growth this year. We have hired a number of paraprofessionals that are district-wide, so that's been great. We are resetting the protocols and procedures to make sure that we are giving students what they need, not a nice to have, to make sure that we are reducing costs, and then also just continuing our training district-wide. So as you can see, those are our positions, how many district staff we have, and how many are vacant. Now, vacancy is kind of an alarming thing because it communicates that no one's in place right now, but that is not true. Out of all those 10 vacancies for teachers, we either have guest teachers in place or a contracted teacher. For all of the aides, we do our best to have our contracted aides in place, but if we are short, we prioritize the highest needs first. Again, we're lucky this is our first year that we've been district-wide psychologists rather than contracting, which is a reduced cost and allows us to align practices and do some in-depth training. Now, I know budget's big. You often hear us about us in the budget. And so I just kind of wanted to compare Mission Valley SELPA with our ADA allotment as well as how much we're spending. So as you can see, if Mission Valley makes up 100%, our ADA distribution is Fremont is 70, Newark is 10%, and New Haven is 20. And our per pupil spending is about equivalent. We are a little over 0.5, so it is something we're looking at. And when we do contract, we do have those discussions of how can we reduce costs, right? This is a need, it's an obvious need that we have to fill for our students, but how can we reduce costs as we go into another year of contracting with these agencies? Here are our non-public school and residential numbers. So I'm gonna come back next board meeting, and I'm gonna bring back the contract with ESS. We brought on ESS last year, which is Effective School Solutions, and really to support our counseling enriched program. So while this still looks like high numbers, I do want to address that we have one less school avoidant child who has made a 500% progress on her personal attendance, which is revenue, as well as ensuring that she is right on the path of returning to school and making progress. Here are just some new initiatives. Move my slide over. And some professional development. All of these, the ones on the top are general education trainings that happen for all staff, but that impact also implications on special education. Now, the ones below are special education specific. They are all at no cost. They are either done with partnerships or within our internal staff, with the exception of the last one, which is diversity, education, and inclusion. And I'm going to go on to that one with our next slide. At the start of the year, the superintendent and the board asked me to start an inclusion task force. So we have started an inclusion task force with about 5 to 10 parents and employees from across the district. As they came to this meeting, inclusion has it's a big word. And some people came to talk inclusive practices of students with disabilities, but then other families came to talk about diversity education. So we started the conversation. We have our final meeting tomorrow. We're gonna set some goals for ourselves into the next year. Each goal is listed. One is about informing families, so there's more acceptance when you're waiting in line. Some is around evidence-based interventions, and then the next goal is around collaboration. And we also looked at the board's goals to see where they would fall in. So we're gonna do that goal setting tomorrow. So these aren't official yet. But one of the things that they really wanted to do immediately was bring some assemblies and some training to our principals and our schools around diversity, education, and inclusion. So we went to the Medi-Cal board and asked them for some money to bring them along. So we did our first training with our principals. It was a wonderful training reflecting on equity in Newark, and they actually offered to meet with community members and boards and the board to do a same training and support and gain some understanding. They've created, it's through Santa Clara County Office of Education, and they would love to come back. So next year, they are also going to be doing assemblies at each school site. All right, now for some celebrations for Newark. You've heard this one before, but it is very exciting for us to be out of differentiated assistance in the area of special education. We made a 0.9 improvement in chronic absenteeism, and then we made some significant progress in our ELA and math SBAC scores. So again, I want to honor all of the people behind the scenes doing this work. I get to come up here and say it. You've already honored our certificated and classified staff. That includes psychologists, service providers, teachers, aides. I am so lucky to be the face of this department, but this department has been functioning for years because there are dedicated employees behind the scenes. And some of these employees were recognized on April 29th, and I want to thank Board Member Jones and Board Member Nguyen for joining us that day, along with Superintendent Vicar. I'm not going to name these names because I know a board member would like to name them, but the importance of the Sarah Awards is that they are not nominated by one another, they're nominated by parents and by students. And you can tell who the students were that nominated because the sentences get a little bit shorter, but it was very, very sweet. We had a wonderful evening where each of them were honored, and it includes teachers, instructional aides, principals, translators. So it was a wonderful evening. And we have one more event as a SELPA this year, and it is on Friday. It is our final Special Olympics at Logan, and it's our track and field event. It's at 10 a.m. I was like, Last, we are always advocating for more in special education because, as you know, we are underfunded. So while that is the last one, that is the major one. There are other initiatives this year that we are taking on, and one is Reducing the Stigma in Education Act. That is changing the name from one of our eligibilities from emotional disturbance to emotional divergence or emotional disability. To imply that our students are disturb others is a problem, and so we are trying to have more inclusive language around that. And that goes for AB 2026, which is people first language. So that is, for example, instead of calling them an autistic child, but a child with autism, because they're a child first. So those are two bills that we are pushing this year. And then, of course, always more funding towards inclusive practice, more funding towards special education, because I know that's next on the agenda. And of course, addressing staffing shortages, which are nationwide. So that is all I have for you this evening. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Rangel. Questions from the board? Member Nguyen?
Thank you, great report.
Thank you.
Yes, I concur with Member Thomas. Great report, and it's always wonderful to support SELPA and all of our students, and you, Ms. Rangel, for always doing an amazing job. So we really appreciate you and for everything that you do. Thank you.
Vice President Jones?
I also just want to thank you for all that you do and your dedication towards the department. We had some shaky years there for a while, and having you there has just really solidified the department, and we've been able to see some just fabulous changes. So thank you for all of your work, and I look forward to seeing you on Friday.
Thank you.
Member, go ahead, Member Lee.
I also wanted to say thank you so much. But I had a question. What does disproportionality mean?
Yeah, so basically it compares, let's say we have students who qualify under specific learning disability. It should match what our enrollment looks like, but when we overqualify, like it showed, let me go back here. Just as a small example. Our eligibility, so this is what Newark looks like. That's our demographics. Okay, so then I go to students with special needs. We need to figure out why we have more Hispanic students in special education, percentage-wise, than we have in general education. It should be equivalent. So that's disproportionate. We have to look at that. See?
Yeah.
I hope that helps.
Thank you so much for the clarification.
So, go ahead.
I do have one question. In regards to, sorry. slide, areas of focus and growth.
This one?
Oh, it was on the disproportionality
Oh, okay.
slide also. So in terms of where Newark is, and we see an increase of 14.5% versus 13.8, and then in Fremont, it went down by 0.02%, and then also New Haven went down. In speaking with our SELPA partners, have we identified what they've done so that we can model it, or is Newark situationally different?
We are situationally different, but they've already gotten into the 4th year, which means that they have to set aside 15% of funds to provide interventions specific to addressing that. So because of that, they may have more interventions in place.
Great, thank you for the clarification.
So Ms. Rangel, great presentation and fantastic test score results.
I wish I could take more credit, but it's really our staff behind the scenes.
Well, I mean, so yeah, I mean, again, very, very impressive, and we need to figure out how we can
Replicate.
replicate,
For this year.
absolutely. So that's great. Couple questions. So you talked about the fact that, right, we've got disproportionality going on, and I'm not an expert in special ed, but I'm curious, how much of that is maybe due to either some staff member within the district making a determination versus kind of a referral, a parent coming forward? Do we have a sense of sort of how those classifications are being made?
Yeah, I think it has to do, so we are, internally, we are looking at like the special education referral data per site, and we're also looking at who qualifies and who doesn't qualify. So that's kind of behind the scenes happening, just to double check our work. But I think it is around growth mindset too, of, even though a child doesn't fit the norm, doesn't mean that they're special education. So how can we maintain them in the general education with lower levels of support? But I think, this is never malintended, I think teachers believe I can get my child this student the most help if I refer them to special education. I had somebody actually ask me, do teachers get a stipend for referring to special education? And I said, oh my goodness, no, absolutely not. But I think in a teacher's heart, you want what's best for the student, and you think, if I don't have the tools in front of me right now, maybe special education is the route to go. So I hope that answered your question. I think it's both.
Sure. And so it sounds like maybe one of the action items that we might need to take is some teacher training around, what really does constitute a special education situation versus some other type of intervention.
Absolutely.
And so that might be an initiative that the board might consider as we put our goals together for next year. But the other reason I ask is because at the school where I teach during the day, I do know that there's, I don't know how to describe it, some misunderstanding sometimes within the parent community, et cetera. And so sometimes there are referrals going forward that, that maybe it would be helpful for parents to really understand how this works as well. And so that's why I was just curious anecdotally if we have a sense of, how much of this is maybe coming from a teacher that sees something versus, a parent or a family that says we have concerns.
Yeah, it's both. And I think that we need to make sure to give our interventions to at each school site. So I think that's a huge thing, is there aren't enough interventions at this point. We hear often like the ELD interventions or the, just interventions in general, like how can we get more general ed support before the referral. So that's a huge thing that I think is important. But it is about educating our staff. I think 1 or 2 school sites invited me to talk specifically about the SST process and the why. And also outcomes typically for special education students once they get to the high school level are not what we want them to be. So is this the route we want to put our students on? We should really trial all interventions prior. So I think it's both training the staff, training the parents. And we've
Great.
started that process, but
Sure, but
we'll continue.
excellent. Okay, well, thank you very much. Really appreciate all the work that you've been doing.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, and now comes that time in the evening in the agenda where Member Hill makes the motion to extend our meeting until midnight. Just to err on the safe side, given that we still have some staff report items, a number of new business items, and then we have a number of consent and or personnel and non-personnel items, and not sure how many everybody wants to talk about. And so to err on the safe side, I'd like to make a motion that we extend until midnight, but we follow Member Thomas's guidelines that we try to be concise in our addressing of these things so we can get out earlier. So can I get a second for that?
I'll second that.
All right. So, I'm sorry, Ms. Croce, can we do a roll call vote, I guess, to extend the meeting?
Well, no, I can open it up.
Okay.
Student member
Okay, good luck.
by Ms. Joyce. So, online voting is open for the extension of the meeting to midnight. Thank you. Votes are in. We have 4 aye, and we have 1 not present. That's Member Plancarte.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so moving on to the next item, which is 11.3 Budget Reduction Plan. Superintendent? Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, sorry. So I forgot, yes. Okay, so, Ms. Silvera, would you like to speak now, or would you like to speak after?
I'd like to speak now.
Okay, please.
Okay. I wasn't planning on speaking on this, but I felt like it was important, especially when I looked through the slideshow and saw future considerations. Because one thing that I for sure see lacking on there is the consideration of a revenue or an income stream. We have 2 properties, Music and Snow Elementary, that are dormant. They're looking very gross, and they could be utilized to make either, staff housing, or you could do a joint venture where you could get apartment complexes. If you're looking to have an idea about this, Pacifica Unified, they're just hopefully breaking ground within the next calendar year. So we need a revenue stream. We need a way to actually get money coming in. The other thing that I saw on this, future considerations that I was kind of just, the wording kind of annoyed me, was it said persuade Newark voters to pass a bond. I would say that one of the things that Newark voters actually need is some knowledge about where the ADA funds come from, because I was unaware of this when 7 years ago we were talking about us being in a deficit, and about the fact that because so many people say our houses cost over $1 million, why aren't my property taxes going to our schools? It doesn't make any sense. I'm paying a lot of taxes. And the thing is that all of that money gets put into one giant pot and into Alameda County, which includes Oakland and Fremont and Hayward, and then it gets distributed out. So if people were to realize that of the roughly 1.3, 1.5 million in Alameda County, we only have about 50,000 people. Well, we're getting pennies compared to what the other cities are getting. So if I was to vote for a bond, I'm not saying whether I will or won't, but if I was, I feel like that's the avenue that needs to go, because people don't understand that. I have had numerous people come to me and say, it doesn't make sense. Why is our district always in trouble? Why does the neighboring district, Fremont, which has 237,000 people, do they have so much money? Well, it's because they have so many people. So when we're talking about the ADA, it really needs to be, in my opinion, coupled with that understanding, because you have that knowledge, but the general population does not have that knowledge usually. And I won't speak for everyone, but I would just say that I think that those two things should be included in this discussion when you're going through budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Silvera, and excellent recommendations. Okay, so Superintendent.
Thank you. So I'm super excited to introduce our business consultant, Mr. Bill Oline. Bill is going to be presenting on the budget reduction plan for Newark. Some of these things really are more tied to our current budget, although I absolutely do agree with the speaker. We definitely have some revenue streams that we could look at, but with that we'll have to come plans if we do anything with that property, and that's actually kind of a different conversation, almost a budget that's kind of aligned to those particular properties that would have to be identified at that time. But I definitely agree that there's some opportunities there, and the more opportunities we can find with identifying revenue streams should be on the table. And there's probably one more on here that's missing that I haven't really talked about yet with the district. But school districts within California are able, much like the MAW billing, which is done with our Medicare billing for typically our special education programs, we're able now to start entering in and actually doing private billing for insurance on various services that the district offers. And so we'll be embarking upon that. That actually will be a revenue stream that will be able to help and support our school district, and definitely a very important element of revenue that we've not had before or not had the ability to have before. So thanks to our legislature, we're now able to go after that, and we are in phase 2 with the county, and right now we're at the exploration piece of looking at that, and hope to implement that starting for next school year. So that is another piece of revenue that's not listed in here. With that, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Bill Oline, and I'm going to step off the dais for just a moment.
Good evening. I do request a little grace from the board. Obviously, my 8th day, so if you ask a question and I don't know the answer, I definitely will get you the answer, and especially if it's historical or something of that nature, but I know board members have that historical knowledge. So we're going to hit a few things here just about the budget and some options and restructuring and future considerations. I indirectly touch on your concept of the revenue. I'll talk about that in a second. As you know, from the last board meeting, Michael Fine was invited here to discuss, and for those who don't know in the audience, Michael Fine is from the California Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance Team. And so this was voluntary. It was asked for by them to be able to have some outside review. And here's a list of the dates and the times from the past for different actions that have happened. I think this is going to be kind of a recurring theme. I'd like to stress to the board that lot of good ideas, but the implementation has not gone forward as aggressive as it needs to. And I think we're at the point of, I might say, kicking the can down the road, and the road has ended, or is ending. So we can't keep kicking the road down the end. This is an example of the kinds of things historically I think the district has to be aware of. Spending down reserves, basically using money from the savings account, one-time money. Selling one-time assets to fund ongoing expenses. Getting cash infusion from the state. That was a lot of stuff for COVID. And also the district has made some unrealistic budget assumptions regarding enrollment projections. I would say all these are not uncommon for school districts. This is not uncommon. What I think where Newark, I think, is a little out of bounds with it is the fact that it's been going on so long. That is the issue. All districts will spend down reserves. All districts will use one-time money to fund things. What you have to do is pay attention at that point. Once you've done that, you have to keep that on the radar and go, we have to come back and address this. This is an ongoing expense. So I think the theme of using one-time money to fund ongoing expenses is an issue that the district has to deal with. There is a bit of a reckoning coming to do. You can see the revenues and expenses. The structural deficit, $11 million, meaning that's how much more we're spending than we're taking in. As you are well aware, the state requires a 3% mandated reserve, and we are close to that as well. California has its own particular budget issues. It's not going to be as solid, as a budget as it has been in the past. A lot of those COVID dollars, one-time dollars have gone away. Some of the tax receipts, income tax things have been less than anticipated, so I would not find or expect in our budget from the state to be anything particularly significant that will help. Unlikely, like I said, California has its own concerns. If you don't take action, there could be a point in time when you do run out of money. And certainly an implication for that, and it was mentioned certainly last time by the speaker about a state implication, a state takeover. We're not near that, as Mike Fine says, we're not at that point, we're not close to that point, but the horizon is there. You can see the horizon. So when that happens, as mentioned before, not to repeat the whole thing, but basically the district is taken over and everybody's, so the state. So some additional challenges, in addition to just spending more than we're taking in, continue declining enrollment. And that's huge. I mean, that's where all your revenue comes in. But I would say in relation to what you had said about income, I mean, part of that is not necessarily, families are attracted to programs, right? And so I think, I've had experience with this where you can be in declining enrollment, but a program can attract students. So again, those attractiveness of programs are important. Special ed, hey, Olivia, oh, she's still here. So yes, and it's not particularly uncommon that there's a large contribution. I don't think it's necessarily that odd that you might have a higher percentage. But you are spending on average $2.4 million more per year than you did the year before in special ed. And even if you're in declining enrollment. So what does that say? Either we're over-identifying students, or if we're not identifying students, again, I want to make sure it's clear, students who are identified needs on the IEP process have to get those services. The question becomes, how are those services delivered? And I think we have to have a real serious look at, how those are delivered and have a kind of coordinated effort. Things like PERS contributions, which always goes up every year, the state. The COLA certainly has gone down significantly. Then there's been talk that the COLA might be slightly higher than before, but 0.1%, 0.2%, so nothing of any significance. Liability insurance, utilities, inflation, these are all just general increasing costs that everybody has to deal with. I'm going to touch on the facility piece in a minute. Unfortunately, I think this has to be addressed, and if it's not, there will be issues with impacting the general fund. For example, we had to do emergency kind of roof repairs, about $200,000. You have to do it, and there's going to come a point in time, if these things aren't addressed, it'll be an issue. There are you have these other factors that come, that sometimes, state will recalculate factors, and this happened to a lot of different districts, which affected us. Haven't really ramped down the LCAP as well as we should. And Williams, as you know, can address fines if facilities issues aren't addressed. And I didn't really put a number on that stack, but just kind of a warning that there's also, beyond the implication to students and beyond the implication to staff not being in adequate facilities, you also have potential of fines. So that deficit could go 14, 17, it could go a lot higher if some of these aren't kind of watched. So a lot of things have to be, looked at. Obviously, the majority of the school district's budget deals with salaries and benefits, which is common for all school districts. I think the operating expense of 24% is a little high. And usually that means contracted out services, which obviously. I was not here for this, obviously, but the former superintendent from Fresno, Mike Bird, came in and advised, again, staffing ratios, what are we doing with vacant positions? And again, that same theme again, disproportionate amount of goods and services. Now, school districts all have to contract out for services, but I do believe this is somewhat disproportionate for Newark. It is more than right. So some of the recommendations there you can see, which he was recommended before. So some of the ideas or concepts for 24-25, looking at vacant salaries and benefits, and we're going to hit on each of these in a minute. District-wide outsourced services, that's again those services, administrative reduction, budget reductions from site and departments, and strategic procurement initiatives. So for the vacant certificated salaries, we're not proposing, teacher layoffs for 24-25. We obviously had a discussion about the TOSAs. We just should review class sizes and ratios, of course, in accordance with the contract, of course. So we want to be able to make sure we're as efficient as we can be within contract language. So if you massage that rate, it could be somewhere around $2 million. One of the things of interest area that, again, I mentioned facilities, it's a major liability, financial liability. It will be a significant hit in the general fund. We do need to review some of our outside services. Sometimes we're hiring services that maybe an inside person could do cheaper. So we have to take a look at all that. And I know that involves salaries and what the salary people want here, but I think we have to look at those things and try hard to do that. So if we can do that, we can potentially save $1 million. One of the things we want to look at too is, of course, as always, reviewing every part of the organization, including the administrative section of the organization. And it's really important that it is proportional whenever we're talking about these things, that everybody's feeling the same kind of thing. So we need to review positions, and anytime an administrative position, we through an attrition process, should we eliminate it? Should we keep it? Should we revise it? We need to look at services. Where is the greatest need? Look at grant funding, mention that. So I think that's good for that. So site reductions, again, this is just basically site and department budgets. Some of the stuff has been reduced already with SIPSA and ESSER funds kind of going away. Strategic, I want to hit this one a little bit. Mike Fine talked about this as far as having a better purchasing kind of process. And I think this is really important. We put down there, net projected savings of $500,000. I think even more than that. So why is that? Because as someone who has the background and the experience in purchasing, especially K-12, they'll know how to do consortium. They'll work with other districts in consortium bidding. That will save significant money right there. And being able to do contracts and bidding properly, I think there's huge potential here. So while this is an example where you might spend money, you will potentially save significant money. So this is something I believe is important. Some future considerations. Look, again, you need to look at class sizes and programs and really trying to optimize. You don't want to necessarily devastate anything, but you have to look at the optimization, and again, within contract languages. We have to figure out, how do we balance resources, improving ADA. So there are multiple ways, and I agree, revenue streams come in many ways. We could talk about, like, you mentioned revenue streams, of course, is how do we improve our ADA? How do we improve kids actually coming to school? And how do we look at those students who are not here, that live here? So I think that's important, and if you could attract students. The special ed funding, we talked about that. Again, I think we need to have that a little tighter. Per creamer, we talked about that. So these kind of things are hard balances, right? Because you want to make yourself competitive, but at the same time you have to cut. So this is why it's a difficult problem. Mentioned, we're going to have a presentation from Bonnie Moss about a tax extension. The way school district funding works is, you had a pretty good description there if it works. The problem is that when capital funds, these projects are so expensive and so much money, you can't afford to do them in general fund. I mean, you should be easily doing hundreds of thousands of roofing a year, in terms of, as an example, in terms of facilities. There's no way a general fund can afford that. So this is why potentially looking at these things as a tax extension, which obviously does not change anyone's taxes. Again, if we have to add something, because there's going to be situations as we go through this process, there's going to be big adds, you're going to end up having to also consider a subtraction somewhere else. So this is not the sort of, and then we have to make cuts. The more we make now, the more we are diligent now, the less painful things will continue to be. So it'll continue to be painful, but hopefully we don't want to be so devastating at the end. So questions that I could try and answer or assist with.
Can you just go back one more slide real fast? Thank you. If you just look at the one that sits there and talks about cut enough to make us competitive to be able to attract and retain employees. I think this is a really important one. When we're out there in interviewing and we find people that are really super dynamic, could really make a difference in the lives of our students and our programs that we have to offer. A lot of times after we offer the position to them, when they find out that we don't have benefits, they don't take the offer. And it's becoming a real concern that we need to make sure that we are that we're able to attract the same as other school districts in other areas. And this is probably one of the areas that probably hurts us when we're out there looking to be able to bring new staff in and to be able to find the very, very best to be able to do that. Unless somebody actually has benefits with their spouse or with a significant other, this makes it a really difficult thing for us to do. And so this is another area that we want to make sure that we cut enough that we can go back and bring things in that are of high importance because it makes a difference in the daily work that we do. So I just wanted to call that one particular piece out because it really is an unusual one to see there. And I think that even in the presentation with Mike Fine, he said it was very unusual to see a district in the state not offer a competitive health care package for all employees. Just wanted to bring that up.
Member Nguyen.
But I just want to remind everyone, it was negotiated away by our unions. So not to say that I'm not for reintroducing healthcare, I am. But just to be clear, that's the history of the district and many districts around us, surrounding us. It's not, they traded for higher pay, and this is the effect of it too. So we have to be mindful and cognizant, with our labor partners and say, hey, we are trying to work towards this, but understand that, this was negotiated away. And if anything, if you negotiate something away, it is to the district's benefit. And at any contract, I've, sat on negotiations for when I'm in my union, and we try really hard not to do that, and so it does affect us, and it does affect our ability to recruit and retain. And if we can try to reintroduce healthcare, that would be great. But understanding that there is a lot of cuts, and the only issue, and I'm going to go with, when I was going through the slides, my main concern is that we've heard this over and over again, but we don't have a comprehensive plan. We don't have details to what or have been identified as vacant salaries and benefits that we're cutting, the district-wide outside services. What are they? What administrative reductions are we making? What department site reductions are we making? And what strategic procurement initiatives? You have explained it tonight. I get that. But even so, Mike Berg mentioned that we should reduce our budget by $7 million in 24-25. And again, the restructuring goal here, in summary, is only $5 million. And then to top that off, I believe he got the $7 million because it's an additional $11 million deficit with the projected reduction of enrollment, an additional $3.3 million. But again, let's be clear, if these things if we're not going to be talking about it and having study sessions to identify the specifics of where the district is going to be, we're going to continue to see a summary of all of this over and over again. And that's why our employees, our community, our students, our families, they are disenchanted with how this board is running things, and there is no transparency. So I would like to make a recommendation tonight that for our next meeting, that we do have a study session regarding what specifically entails these recommended cuts. Thank you.
I'd like to echo what Member Nguyen says. In the past, when we have done budget cutting, we have been, right from the beginning, we have seen lists of what the cuts are. We've seen pros and cons and trade-offs. We've had to make some really tough decisions, like, are we going to cut the electives at the middle school? That's what we did one year. It was really hard. But we're not seeing the detail. We'd like to see the list of, okay, we have we are anticipating a 5.6 FTE reduction at the high school. So what does that entail? And that entails, filling these class sizes. We're working on the master schedule to make that happen. Show us that it's going to happen. Too often we come down with, big ideas, but then the detailed plans don't happen. And so, do you understand what I'm saying? It's, like, what is the big changes or the big savings are in salaries and benefits. Show us the specifics about those. And then we've done all this outside going out for different contracts and things like that. Where can we save in that regard? Get down to the detail, because the public doesn't understand, because I don't think the board understands either. Where is the detail in developing the budget? Does that make sense? I see you frowning, Superintendent.
I'm just trying, I'm listening to what you're saying, and I don't know that I've got the answers for you here this evening. I know we've got a number of positions that have been vacant and that really result in a lot of the salary savings that we have. And then really the other pieces are things that we have to work on collectively together. A lot of it will depend on the LCAP, when the LCAP gets passed. And as we go through those pieces, I mean, there's elements within the LCAP that have to be reduced. There's elements within our general fund that have to be reduced. And so really, it's a matter of holding staff here accountable to make sure that we achieve and hit those goals within the budget to be able to live within that.
I mean, just for an example, like, I would like to personally be able to reconcile, you're telling me that there's vacant salaries and benefits that we can reduce by $2 million. I want to know specifically line item by line item what those vacant positions are and what the cost associated to it, so that I can reconcile it. So to me, then I will know for sure, okay, I can see why that is important. And like what Member Thomas had said, and we would negotiate which positions we may feel, or which benefits we may feel is beneficial to cut at this time because of, you know, the deficit that we're facing. But to give us a summary of list items and to expect us to accept it, that this figure that we're going to be able to save is $5 million, I can't personally and be responsible and accountable for the fact to make that kind of decision without knowing exactly what the line item, what positions I'm cutting, what services am I cutting, how is it going to impact administrative staffing, or what departments and sites. To me, you know, this is not responsible, and this is not transparent to our community. So I do have a big issue with that. Thank you.
Yeah, there should be detail next to each one of these. I mean, 1.35 million. What's the detail?
Okay, other questions or comments? Okay, so, I mean, we can certainly bring this back, and, I think you made a request to get more detail around these different buckets of savings.
Yeah, I think the workshop would be a good idea, even if we have to have a special meeting to, talk about specifics.
Okay. All right, any other questions, comments? Okay, all right, so thank you, Mr. Oline. Thank you, Superintendent Vaccaro. Okay, moving on to agenda item 11.4, letter from Alameda County Office of Education, second interim budget report. And so, Superintendent Vaccaro.
Yep, this is an informational item. There's no action that's needed. This actually just confirms from the superintendent of schools here in Alameda County that they concur with our positive certification. And then also that outlines, some of the things that we need to continue to watch within our organization, things that we need to do to ensure that we stay on track. And so appreciate the things that they called out. Some of the immediate organizational concerns that they do have includes the district has experienced a significant staff turnover in its district central office, including the second superintendent transition in 2 years. Vacancies in leadership, including fiscal and staffing roles that impact daily operations. And staff turnovers may impact the district's ability to submit basic state mandated functions, such as an on-time LCAP budget and unaudited actuals. And then some upcoming financial concerns, and USD continues to experience declining enrollment and loss of LCFF revenues. This results in ongoing deficit spending over the next 2 subsequent years. So fully aware of all these details, the board, of course, has talked about these in both the first and second interim reports, as well as your unaudited actuals that occurred last year, which I think is why you hired Mr. Berg to be able to look at ways that you could start identifying savings. And you guys did that early on. You guys did a really good job, and I think the district has been cognizant the entire year that as a position gets vacated, they take a look at whether or not they're going to bring that back, and those are some of those cost savings that we have. I'll do my best to try to outline many of those positions to be able to give those to you. The contracts, as they come up for review, those are ones that we're coming back and reviewing as they come up. And so I don't know that I'll have those exact numbers for you, but we will do our very best to be able to explain those to you. And then, as you know, some of the things that were funded by ESSER, we are letting those things go this year. Some of those things were continued last year because there was either because they had multiple years tied to them or because you felt like it wasn't time yet to let go of the services. But now those ESSER funds are gone. We're definitely letting go of those particular programs because they weren't here prior. And so those are being reduced. I can give you a good example of one that includes our online program that we have over at Bridgepoint. We were probably one of the last schools that has a virtual school. There aren't that many students being served. And that's another thing, again, we're keeping the teachers. They're just going to be reassigned. And then one will actually go into the traditional independent study to be able to help and support them. But the virtual academy is going away, and so is the additional funding that was paying for those licenses that were really expensive, but it was being covered by ESSER, right? And so we said we were going to do it for one more year, and so that program is gone, right? So it's not something we're bringing back to you as a decision that you have to make. It was a decision that was made because I think you had talked about that you wanted to reduce things that were funded by ESSER that weren't sustainable.
I think it would be helpful if we could see each department and see a picture of the staffing and how it's changed. And an org chart, org chart for each department in the district office and things like that. Because I know we're talking about combining, but pictures speak louder than words. And if you can put numbers by the picture, it's even better. So,
In all honesty, I don't think we have that by the 21st, but we can definitely work towards that for June to be able to share with you.
Yeah, and since this item is kind of connected to the item that Mr. Oling just presented, so, my sense is that, and I think he covered in his presentation, that there's been a lot of different funding sources that have been covering up our underlying budget deficit for many years. But really, the chickens have come home to roost since the state's gone into its own budget crisis, and that's really exposing it. And I think that one of the challenges that we faced, and I felt this way last year when we were working with NTA and CSEA regarding providing salary increases, that I really didn't feel that we had a very good picture of our finances. And I think in retrospect, although the teachers definitely deserved a raise, I think that the district couldn't, and the staff did, that the district actually couldn't afford it. But the numbers that we had at that point, it wasn't even apparent. And I know that as Ms. Vakar's come in and trying to really sort of, get to the bottom of where we are financially, I think it's required a lot of effort. My sense is after a lot of different experts looking at this, that I think that, and also the county looking at this multiple times, that I think we have a good picture. And the good news is that we have a positive certification right now. But as Mr. Oling is saying, the trouble's off on the horizon. And I think, Member Thomas, what you're saying, and Member Wen, is that we now need to go to the next level. And although I think we've got areas where we believe that we need to cut, I think that we need to get more granular. And so it sounds like Superintendent Vakar and staff are going to hopefully come back and provide more details and allow us to participate in that. So, okay. So let's move on to 12.1, presentation by Bonnie Moss.
So,
Introduce this item?
yes, I'll be introducing Bonnie Moss from Clifford Moss. She's had over 35 years of experience in public sector and in campaigns. She's a board member. Personally, I worked with her for 2 bond campaigns, or bond explorations, or whatever. So she and I worked together for many, many years, and the district did a great job in hiring her. She's one of the best, so. Oh, the remote.
Need the clicker.
By the way, that was one of the things that came as a surprise when I shared with Bonnie that we were bringing our business consultant on to be able to assist us. And she's like, Bill Oline, I know Bill Oline. It was a really fun conversation. And she's like, how did that happen? So, that was a nice added surprise to know that they had worked together in the past and that they've got this synergy already working. I think it's going to help us navigate as we try to be transparent with our community about the problems that our school facilities have, and the deep concerns that I think all of us have witnessed at our school sites that we want to see improved for the future of our children and learning. So with that, Bonnie?
Okay, good evening. Good evening, President Hill, board members, superintendent, and everyone who is still here tonight. I just want to start by saying thank you for your service. I've been listening very carefully in the audience tonight and reminded of my school board years where you need to show up and you need to wrestle through serious issues, and it's hard work. It's definitely hard work. So I salute you all for your service, and thank board member Nguyen for being on the team that I got to meet with. And now here I am to help guide the district on this whole discussion of a potential facilities bond. And so I'm going to fly through a bunch of slides tonight to give you an overview. I'm happy to answer any questions, and/or I can answer them later for you because we are going to be on this path of really looking seriously at a potential bond for November. And to simply start that discussion, I do want to say that my firm, Clifford Moss, has been very active in the school bond space throughout the state. We did work with Bill Oline in his former district, and we work with many others, both here in the Bay Area as well as across the state. We have a 95.7% win rate for the kind of project that you're potentially looking at. And so there's a lot of sort of knowledge that I'm going to be sharing tonight that you might want to make notes about, or you might have questions about. And so let's jump in. So you have decisions to make. You're on a journey with your school facilities. And in order to fulfill your mission and your vision and your promise to this community to educate students, you do need facilities and technology and capital resources. And so that's bringing you to this discussion about a potential bond. And tonight we're going to talk about the optimal path if you're on the ballot this November. I do want to say that time matters in the process of looking for and going towards a bond. And we are 182 days, starting tomorrow, from Election Day, November 5th, and we're 94 days away from the filing deadline. So in the work that we do with school districts, time matters, every day matters, and so we're going to be working with Bill and Superintendent Vicar to make sure that we are pacing ourselves to get answers to you that you will need, because the school board is the entity that takes action to put a measure on the ballot. So we're going to talk about that, and just a few thoughts about what we pay attention to. First, we pay attention to the uniqueness of Newark. And so we have been listening tonight. I've taken a lot of notes. We're going to be wanting to speak to you, board members, individually, so don't be surprised if I call you and want to have a chat about all things Newark. There are some universal truths, but at the other side of this conversation, there's the uniqueness of Newark, and we have to pay attention to that. So we will. We also pay attention to, well, these are some of the universal truths. First, that those who are really successful understand that part of the work is finding the intersection of interest between what you know you need in terms of facility improvements and what the community is willing to consider in a potential ballot measure. So we call it the sweet spot. We got to find the sweet spot. We can't do everything that we want to do that the community isn't interested in, or vice versa. So we're paying attention to that. We're also paying attention to what I call the key predictors of who wins and who doesn't win these measures. Here it is in a nutshell. Understanding what exactly is your story of need, and we'll be working with your team on that. Secondly, what is the solution to the need? What are the most urgent facility needs that need to be addressed? We've got to get real clarity on that and be able to message that in simple, understandable terms. We also pay attention to who votes. That's our job, not yours, but you'll find over time it's a very interesting subject. You have about 25,000 voters, and we'll talk to you about them. And lastly, time, money, people. So you can look at any district that is winning these bond measures today, and when they win, they're doing those things right. And when they don't quite get over the top, usually it's something to do with one of those things. So we're paying attention to the sweet spot. We're paying attention to the key predictors, and then we're also working along 3 very deliberate tracks. The first one is what I call from my own school board days, the due diligence track, because that is all of the legal, the financial, the operational, the what do we need to fix that's captured in a package that comes to you, the board, and that has to be really solid in order, in this environment, for a community to say, I support. One of the great things we're looking at here in Newark is what we call an extension without increasing the tax rate. So that is usually a really great option to be able to share with voters, that we're not coming to you asking you to raise your taxes. We're asking you to simply continue an existing authorization so that we can continue to upgrade school facilities that are desperately needed. So that's part of where we're going. The second track is the school board track. That's all of you, because you are the entity that must take action to put a measure on the board. And then lastly, stakeholder and opinion leader input, and we pay a lot of attention to that as well. We're very deliberate on time and how we spend time. You'll see that yellow bar is the actual election window. You might know that the filing deadline to be on the ballot is August 9th, and election day is November 5th. That's 88 days. Those are hard deadlines. And so you don't want to just begin to think about how are we going to do this at the beginning of that 88 days. We need to think ahead. We need to be very proactive. So we pace ourselves very deliberately between now and that qualifying deadline, so that we're ready. If we are going to the ballot, we are going to move heaven and earth to get the right message to voters with support if we see the conditions that a path to winning is possible. We also pay attention to the belief system around people support what they help create. And that requires us to listen, and listen well. And so one of the things that we are doing is we're doing a public opinion poll that has been in the field. It's just coming out of the field. We're going to learn a lot about what your unique voters have to say about a potential bond. And so you'll be hearing about that. We also are paying attention to the influencers among those 25,000 voters who live in about 11,000 households. We look deep into that data. That's the science of this work. You're blessed with a good number of, a majority of Democrats. That's the blue section of each of these pie charts. Those voters tend to be more open to potential bond to improve schools. So we will learn about where kind of the political persuasion of voters. I'm sorry, we don't have all the numbers here, but we can get them to you. This is age, voters by age. And what's really interesting here is over 40% of your voters in Newark, who we expect to turn out in November, do not have school-age children. And so we have got to be able to speak to those folks and really listen to them and hear what they have to say. And as I said before, we're going to learn a lot when we see the poll results for your community and what they think about a potential bond. And then we take that information, and part of the secret sauce is really, in a very candid way, telling the story of need in real terms. So we're not using stock photos. We're not talking about things, high level. We're getting very specific about where the needs are among your 12 schools. We're able to talk about, we have roofs that need attention. We have HVAC and boilers that need attention. Whatever it is, we've got to be able to be very specific and be able to show people what's really happening and where the need is. So that story of need becomes very important in this process. And public engagement can happen in a lot of different ways. We do have the subcommittee of the board that I hope to be working with to really do that early listening work. But even more specific, we take what we learn in the poll and the story of need, and we get very, very deliberate about our story across all of these different ways of communicating. So in this process, you can expect that we will want to do a mailer that says, here's our story of need. Very simple, very clear for folks to understand, and then ask them, what do you think? Please weigh in. Scan the QR code or tear off the response card and tell us what you think. We'll do it in a poll, we'll do it in the mail. And then we also use digital communications in this process as well, because we know that some voters are online, some voters are not online, and we've got to be able to meet voters where they are when we're having this conversation. And then opinion leaders and community leaders are a part of this as well. And so I'm hopeful that some or all of you may want to help in the conversations that we need to have with community folks, influencers, opinion leaders, local other electeds that are here in Newark, to ask them what they think of this process. I do know that the city is thinking about a measure, a TOT, a transient occupancy tax type measure, which is also known as a visitor's tax or hotel tax. I am told that is looking like it's going to the ballot as well. Bill, did you want to?
I was just going to really emphasize what you said here. You guys certainly know, because you're elected officials, you know these key community leaders and key opinion leaders. This process, I would say, is vital because those opinion leaders can really have an influence on the rest of the community. So, draw them in, especially if you have skeptics, but skeptics that can listen. That's the important part. You got people who are going to vote yes no matter what, and people are going to vote no no matter what. They don't even convince them. Well, you want those people who are skeptical, who are opinion leaders, who also can listen, and you can have conversations with them. Is that fair to say that?
Yes, absolutely. And where we have to get really good is to say, candidly, here's our story. What do you think? What are your questions? What do you need to know? And what we've found is we learn 100% of the time. We learn when we listen. And so I'll be really looking forward to working with any of you who want to work with us on that process. It's a very simple two-way exchange when we're really doing it at its best. And so, you know, we're making moves to get better every day. We have needs, and then asking people, what do you think? What do you need to know? And then they'll tell us. That's what happens. People will tell us. If you ask, people will tell you. And so whether you are part of the subcommittee of the board or not, you know, you run into people at the grocery store and they say, what's happening? This is one of the things that's happening to talk about, and then ask people, what do you think? So that is a big part of where we're going to go over the rest of May and June. And then we're going to look for opportunities to listen. Listen at school sites before school's out, and I know that's really fast, coming really fast. But we're also going to listen to others in the community and see what we can learn. And by listening and by being very focused on message and using our time wisely, we will get the answers we need to tell us, is this possible? And we will come back to you and share with you in very candid terms, here's what we heard, and here's our recommendation about going forward. And so the job of the board in all of this is to be at the helm, to listen and oversee, but also at some point, several points, we will be coming back to you with more information, and it'll be Bill, or it'll be the superintendent, or it'll be me, or it'll be legal, or finance is going to come back. So you will be having this conversation in steps leading up to a final potential decision this summer. And in fact, not that we're going to go through this tonight in the interest of time, we just want you to know that we have a timeline, we're following it, and as you can see, there are several points there where we need to come back to the board, share information, answer questions, come back to the board, come back to the board, come back to the board, and then at some point you will be asked to take action. And if we do our work right, and it's worked really well for us in the past, we're going to practice these best practices. We're going to use time wisely. We're going to pace ourselves very deliberately. We're going to listen well. And if we do all of that, we can make it through that bright yellow bar, that 88-day window, and earn the votes necessary to win. And I do think one of the big steps here is that we're talking about a no tax rate increase, a flat extension on an existing bond. And there are ways that we will talk about it that makes that very clear to voters. We're not asking for an increase. We're asking for continued support so we can improve our school facilities and technology and help make the learning experience and the teaching experience much better for your students and staff for years to come. So that's the big picture. I know it's a lot and I know it's late. So I want to tell you that I'm happy to answer questions now, but more importantly, I'm happy to answer questions anytime.
Questions from the board? So, Ms. Moss, thank you. Thank you. So questions from the board?
I just want to thank you, Bonnie, for coming here tonight and sharing all the information with us. I'm really looking forward to working with you and Member Plancarte as the committee members and bringing the information back to the board for approval. This is a heavy lift because, as you can see even tonight, you know, it's a lot of work, and because of how public opinion is, public opinion of the board right now is not so high, and so that is going to be extra work, but I'm happy to, step up my game and be a part of it because I'm vested in this community. Despite everything that's happening here, it shouldn't really be the focal point of what our students need and what our students deserve. And so, yes, I do want to acknowledge that we do need to do a better job up here, and I am willing to be honest and open about that. And then also, but definitely, yes, have we been good stewards in the past of the prior bonds? The answer is no, based on public perception, but with
Yes.
everything.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've done a lot of good work, but public
Yes.
perception is probably, we could do a better job of ensuring the public knows the good work that we've done in the past.
That's correct.
Well, and one of the things that's really good here, and I'll leave you with this, you have a very, very experienced team of professionals putting this as our priority. So it will require candor, it will require lifting, it will require good listening skills, and a whole lot of hard work. But the really important thing to remember is school bonds are the way that California public communities improve their public schools. They cannot do it through their general fund.
Correct.
You cannot do it from Sacramento. It has to be local school bonds. And so this is the conversation that we get to have with the community. Do you care about educating your kids?
Yeah.
This is where we have to go, is have to have a real candid conversation
Yeah.
about that.
And honestly, we've also failed in the past by not having the communication that is needed, the marketing and the outreach to our community and educating them also in terms of the need, how schools are being funded, just like our community member had mentioned earlier.
Right.
And so I think all those things are really, really important. And I'm excited. I want this for our district, and I hope that we can get the support and I hope that our students from the high school is on board to also help facilitate some of the communication to address, and they can be the face and really address the need of what it is that the district needs, and also maybe our middle schools parents and our elementary school parents to advocate for our students, because it has been detrimental to the district.
And all 5 board members can participate at various stages along the way, but I am really excited that we've got 2 that are subcommittee in this preview time.
Can I just address one of the questions I think some of the board members had about, difficulty of potentially campaign or bond or during a time like this where some of the challenges that you're facing? I do believe that you can do these things really if you're very diligent about doing it. I mean, every district has a different set of circumstances that make it unique and difficult. And those probably is not one district that just put the measure out there and passes it. I'll say my experience has been from a district that's completely opposite. Fiscally, extremely conservative. Taxes is like the most evil thing in the world. So, but we passed 2 of them. I passed 2 of them. So you can do it. That was our challenge. So your challenge has to be a different challenge. But I think it can be done if we're
they can
diligent to the
pass
process.
4 bonds.
4 bonds. That's true.
We're
We did
now
4
on the
bonds.
4th. I'm
I was
working
just
with
did
his
2, but yeah.
district. But yes, it just takes very deliberate focus, and that's where we're
So
going.
I guess it's more of an encouragement to you that this is absolutely possible.
Oh,
If-
yeah.
But unfortunately, everybody has to work.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think if we own, where we are as a district and we are transparent about it, I think, positive change happens just at the corner, right? And so I think that's the other thing that people need to be optimistic about that. So I'm very optimistic, so I'm hopeful.
Well, and I'm not sure if you've heard this, Bonnie, but we've talked about how we're the 1978, or at least I've talked about how we're the 1978 49ers, losingest franchise in football, but then now we have Billy Walsh. And now we're starting to put together our Super Bowl team.
Yes,
So I think we've got bright prospects.
I think so too. And, this can be your finest hour, but we have to be really smart and very data-driven, and we give you our word that that's where we're going on your behalf. We're ambitious on your behalf.
Thank you. I do want to just note 2 things in this discussion that I think are important to say, because we've heard some really great reports so far this year. You heard from Adam Bauer earlier this year where he talked about the fiscal health of the last bond and why this bond could be such an advantageous piece to the taxpayers here in this community and how it's really ripe for being able to do this tax extension. Those are some real pros. You've also heard from the Oversight Bond Committee, and they've talked to you about some of the restructuring things that they've done to be able to save money. We need to make sure that we get those words out there. Let me just tell you, they've done a stellar job. I have reviewed their documents. I have looked at their reports over the last couple of decades, and they have done amazing work with the funds that were given. Again, it's that perception piece that we have to get over, because the truth of the matter is, when they had the money early on, they spent the money wisely. The problem is, things have just aged, and it's time to now come back and replenish it. But the Bond Oversight Committee did an amazing job.
And I think it is important, that oversight committee piece is very important to continue to stress, to say, how are we going to ensure that money is being spent properly? And you can kind of list off, 7 members in these categories, and that's really important. And that will establish credibility too. And in fact, I really feel this is a good thing for the district. You do this, you establish more credibility. You do the project, you establish more credibility. It's one step at a time. You'll keep increasing this credibility. Like, oh, they did that. Oh, they did that. And then you'll start really earning that. So I think this is a key moment for it.
And I would be remiss if I just didn't thank Mrs. Parks, who's sitting out there in the community. We actually had a Bond Oversight Committee meeting on Monday evening with her and Chairman Carrie Knoop, and they've just done a stellar job. And so, again, we need to thank them for their years of service. So I just wanted to mention those couple of things.
So thank you again, Ms. Moss.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for staying.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so moving on to 12.2, approval of updated fence plan for Kennedy Elementary.
Excuse me, I apologize.
So
Excuse me.
should we take a 5-minute break?
Sure.
I think we should.
I'm like, I'm ready to approve.
Let's take a.
I move to approve.
Keep going. Just keep going. Okay. We only got a few, right?
Yeah.
Okay, okay,
We only have a few before
right.
we get to consent. We're good.
okay, okay,
We
okay.
can do this. Okay, so looking at our update on the Kennedy fence plan, wanted to be able to come back and share with you an update. One of the things that the board had asked me to do earlier on was to go back and review a couple of our projects with some of our other prior vendors to make sure that we were getting the kinds of services. I think that there was an expectation that we needed to make sure that we were being mindful of our budget, of the scope of work that's going on. And so we've been working with another architect to be able to do a review and to look at some potential cost savings that could come about that would be helpful. And also being able to build that trust with people and know that we're being good stewards of the money. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Bill Oline to be able to
So
discuss.
on your agenda, you saw the list of some of the value engineering things. I think you can see from there's nothing of significance that would necessarily change how the project would operate or is done. But there's also a couple places where we added a couple things too, because as part of the review, for example, in the front, where there's panic bars, you put some mesh in there, otherwise people could reach behind and push it. So those are the kind of things we reviewed. So those are an example of one where we added some things we kind of changed specifications for. And you can see we estimate about $100,000 compared to the plan you already saw before for basically the same kind of plan. I mean, here's a decorative fence type of material, so you can kind of see the type of material it is. I did go over today to see the principal and the officer manager at the site to make sure that they're okay with it, and they seem to be fine with these changes. I did update them on next steps.
Ms. Christie, are you able to pull that up for us? Are we able to pull that up for the,
The presentation.
The attachment.
there should be 2 attachments that were there.
Just, I think it's just one attachment.
You promise not to judge my
Yeah, I know,
hunting and
but
packing.
I know I can increase it, but I can't.
It's
It's,
item 12.2.
It scrolls over at the bottom.
Oh, there's the scroll bar. I did it at home, but I just could not make it happen here. I'm not tech savvy, so.
So I was just gonna do it this way.
Does display up there.
Because I
That's
think,
display up there.
the agenda's here.
Bottom scroll bar.
Yeah, is this okay?
Where's the bottom?
I was having to
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
That's a significant savings.
So 100,000.
Well, yeah, based on estimates, of course, during bidding, we don't know. Bidding is always a volatile situation because you don't know what's going to happen the day you bid in terms of contractor prices, inflation, and costs. But yeah, we definitely believe that there's savings there without not really affecting anything that the site would necessarily care about.
And what was the original price tag?
Approximately 900,000.
Okay, so more than 10%.
Yes.
Okay.
And
great.
we're doing the same process for the field and turf, but we
Good.
believe we could be probably at least 15% there. Wow. So I think we'll achieve significant savings. It delays it a teeny bit, but I think it's going to be a more solid project and get the right products and get the right things. So I was apologetic, but I'm just trying to take it from here and just kind of march as fast as I can. So.
Well, Superintendent Picard, really kudos to you because you started this ball rolling as soon as you got in the district. And this savings, $100,000 in savings is testament to your vision about being able to save money.
Thank you.
So here, the blue line is a new fence. That's the more decorative fence, this kind of more stylish decorative fence. The red, which is off in the corner there on the left, is chain link fence. And then you see little yellow dots, those are new gates. So,
There's quite a few gates that have been added to be able to have different kinds of entry points for different programs that are sitting out there.
Yeah.
So
There
more.
was one really great recommendation that came forward in this process that was a little bit late. It wasn't actually in the plans, but there was some suggestion that perhaps we could look at paving some additional grass area where the parking lot is now kind of adjacent to that. It was a really great suggestion, one that I do want to go back and kind of take a look at, especially if we have some cost savings. It may be a great recommendation. Parking is understated there at that particular location. It's very difficult. I really worry about just the whole safety, ingress and egress with the number of parents, and there just is really lacking parking spaces for the size of the school.
Questions from the board? Member Wen?
Thank you. So just one quick question. Is this a quote from the engineers so that we can approve the budget, or is this the final bid?
this is an estimate.
Okay.
It's the architecture's estimate. But just so you know, they have a team of people that do this for a living. Estimation, it's like people cost them inches what they do. So it's not just a guess out of the air. It's people.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, other questions? Okay, can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve it.
I'll second.
Ms. Croce?
Thank you. Votes are in. 4 aye, 1 absent. Member Plancarte is absent.
Great. Motion carries. Okay, moving on to 12.3 dashboard alternative school status for Bridgepoint. Superintendent?
Thank you. This item really has to do with how we have an opportunity for Bridgepoint to use an alternative system that will allow us to collect data for the dashboard. It's called the DAS system. It actually requires board approval to be able to enter into this, but this will provide more accurate criteria and that meets our curricular needs that we do at that particular site for alternative education.
Questions? Member Wen?
Just one quick question. Is this an additional module in the California dashboard for enhancement reporting in regards to Bridgepoint?
So basically, like the other data points that we have for using, the data that gets collected that actually goes into the dashboard, they're going to be using the DAS process to be able to do that instead. And so basically, it's just the way how we collect the data and how the data gets, pushed back out. So it's going to have a switch in that.
So there's no cost impact, huh?
There's no cost impact.
Thank you.
Actually, what we'll do is just give us better data so that we know how students are achieving based on how their curricular alignment is, because it is a little different than what the regular education program is for our high school and secondary students.
Oh. Sorry, we're gonna go, I'm gonna move to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, Ms. Croce?
Thank you. Online voting is open.
Thank you.
But can we go back to 12.2? I just have a clarification. Where it says budgeted, yes. Where is the funding source for the budget?
Fund 25, which is developer fees, restricted capital dollars.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. The vote is in for item 12.3. We have 4 ayes, and we have 1 member absent, Ms. Plancarte. Member Plancarte.
Great, thank you. Okay, moving on to item 12.4. So final resolution ordering the dismissal of certain certificated staff due to layoff. And Mr. Williams, do you want to provide any amendments to
I
the
do.
language?
I first want to acknowledge Mrs. Kim as I talked to her out there, and I apologize to her on behalf of the district, and a great human being and really some great feedback. So I would like to make the addendum. We're still going to move forward with the recommendation that the Board of Education adopt the resolution 2023.24.36, but the final resolution ordering the dismissal or following positions that will be reduced, and the teachers that are on the list will have a place to land, which we've already processed through. If you also notice on the bottom portion, laid off employees shall be entitled to reemployment rights. So they do have those rights that are built in there automatically. They have enough seniority and tenureship to have guaranteed positions. The amount of openings we have, for the record, we have plenty of spots right now. And I've had 2 of the 4 TOSAs already placed. They're extremely excited. They sent thank you letters to the superintendent and myself on how we handled it, that we took time to sit down and meet with them, as well as their principal is very happy about that as well. So again, tough situation when we're going through this, but at least we're allowing people to land on their feet in positions and not impacting their property, which is really, really important and valuable. We still have program discussion to talk about later on, and I really like the feedback tonight. I think that's a critical piece as we get to the next phase. We haven't had any situations on this that I'm concerned about, because we've been dealing with them on a day-to-day basis with both the bargaining unit and our bargaining unit members. I would also like one clarification on employee ID 531. That is actually a .60 FTE, not a 1.0. So with that addendum, I recommend that we move for approval this evening.
Okay, so, and just to confirm, so the only language that we're changing in here is we're changing employee ID 531 from 1.0 to .6, but other than that, the language covers the intent.
That's correct, 100%.
Okay.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure. Did you retitle it? Did you retitle it to be final resolution ordering the dismissal?
It's as is.
Or-
We didn't change anything on that.
You didn't change
No.
anything on that? Okay.
No.
You didn't put or positions, or following positions, that's not a rename?
We're
I
actually
had-
putting it on the record on it.
Oh,
for the
only for the
positions,
record,
yeah,
but you're not
absolutely.
changing the resolution?
Yeah, the language covers what the issue and concern was on the bottom, as the laid-off employees shall have rights back. They're all senior employees within the organization. They have automatic rights back. That will suffice legally and cover our basis on what we need to do with the recommendation.
Correction, I think there is one that is a layoff position, because I think they are the lowest representative on there. I believe it is a
Oh, counselor, you are
counselor.
correct. That was
I'm
added
sorry,
last, yeah.
we do have a counselor position
Okay.
that's there, that is being laid off. And so, of course, it's the least senior person. If somebody else leaves, that person then would have rights back into that.
And there's a pending conversation that we've had on that spot as well with someone that may be looking for another position. So we're hoping that lands on, but I'll also meet with that employee, provide some other options for them too. Sorry, it's my 11th day, so I'm with you now, so.
And I just, if I could just share with the board, the original funding for that counselor position was actually from SIPSA. The site made the decision to let go of that SIPSA position, which then bumps down to another position, I believe it's at the middle school. Correct. I have to go back and double check.
So again, just help me. So you've got, you're correcting employee 531 from 1.0 to 0.6 FTE.
Yeah, 531.
531, thank you, and
To
then.
0.60 FTE.
Oh, 60 FTE, and that's the only
That's
other
correct.
change?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the counselor, okay.
Yep.
Thank you, I wanted to get the corrections on that.
Absolutely.
Okay.
The other thing I think I want to bring to the board's attention, that I think throughout the year, as we identify other positions through attrition, we may be bringing back other positions that may be vacant that we will not be filling. As part of a cost-saving measures, we evaluate every position that becomes that we can't backfill with somebody else and evaluate the need for services.
Correct, and those would not have to be under a layoff. We can actually eliminate those spots, but we do have to work with both bargaining units to ensure they're aware.
Great. Any additional questions regarding the resolution? Okay, can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept the resolution with the addendum to the FTE going from 1 full to a 0.6. For 531.
I'll second.
Thank you, votes are in. We have 3 aye, we have 1 member, Plancarte not present, and we have 1 nay, member Nguyen.
Member Nguyen, would you like to provide any comment?
No, I just want to say that I appreciate the amendment as we go through this and talk about it, but for me, when there's a final resolution that comes to the board in regards to any layoffs, I would really hope that there aren't any mistakes on there. So for me, I would have preferred that we pull it, have the correction, and bring it back. But I do understand the urgency, so I really do appreciate that, Mr. Williams. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, moving, so we've pulled 12.5, correct?
No.
Okay, so we're not, okay.
No, we
So
just
because
we provided an addendum, and I'll clarify for you.
Okay,
So we were able to, go ahead.
Please, so 12.5, Mr. Williams.
Should be copies, right? They were given
Thank
copies.
you. Yes, there've been copies that have been provided. There was also another 25 copies provided in the back, and then we provided to our families that came in. So the recommendation on this, the Board of Education adopted Resolution 2023.24.37, final resolution ordering the dismissal of certain classified staff due to layoff. So we have pretty good news on this one, considering where the list started. We were able to remove the library tech because the school site is providing additional funding to support that. We have 1 additional position on there as well that we are currently waiting for additional testing for the equipment mechanic and to look at opportunities to provide him retention right in a classified position based on 2 qualifying tests that he's in completion of on May 14th and May 16th. I met with the bargaining unit. We're working through that. But that job would expand to ensure that they're providing services where necessary. It's very important for our mechanic and also to be certified as with our electrical buses, and then also to be able to provide transportation where necessary. We're in a very good position with both the bargaining unit as well as the employee moving forward with it. It's an unfortunate situation, but it's really a process that we have to go through to ensure that we can meet our financial recommendation that we provided prior to. So it is recommended that we move forward with the approval on that based on the addendum and only the 2 positions remaining.
Actually, if I could just add one more comment on here. There will be another resolution that comes forward at a later date. We had a hearing for one of our employees who requested the hearing. That hearing occurred on Monday, and we're waiting for the administrative law judge. The law allows for us to do an extension when the parties agree and they request the hearing date. That hearing has an extension. And so you have to do it by the number of days. We expect to hear by the 20th of May what the ruling will be from the administrative law judge. And at that time, that resolution will come back forward to the board for final action. This was explained to the employee during the administrative hearing, as well as to the district as to exactly what that process would be in the calendar days noted by the administrative law judge.
Member Nguyen?
Sorry, Member Hill, you were correct. The motion was to pull the item. We approved the agenda minus 12.5.
I'll double check. I thought it was correcting 12.5. Let me look.
No, that is correct. Interim Superintendent Avocar did say that there was a correction, but when we made the motion, we motioned to remove the item. And we voted on it.
Check the minutes.
She's right. It was voted on to be removed.
So can we correct that? Can we,
There is a way that you can correct it. I believe you have to rescind your original motion by the people that made the original motion in the second. And then you would have to rescind that and then vote on that particular rescinded item and then bring back another item forward.
so I guess, Member Jones, you made the motion, right? So you would have to rescind your motion?
Motion was made by Member Nguyen.
I made the motion, so at this time, I'm happy to rescind my approval of the agenda minus 12.5.
Thank you for being so diligent and letting me know that I really did misunderstand what your motion was.
And then, so we have to, who seconded it?
Seconded was by Member Thomas.
Okay. So I'll second your new motion.
Actually, it's just to rescind.
Yes, so we're.
To rescind.
We rescinded.
So.
Okay, and so now
To
can we?
rescind,
So you have to take a vote to be able to do rescind.
Correct. So the current motion on the table is, the recommendation is that the Board of Education rescind the motion to remove 12.5 in the approval of the agenda, or just 12 point, because we're in the approval of the agenda. And so is it the recommendation is that the Board of Education rescind the motion
To probably
remove-
include 12.5.
So we have to vote first on rescinding.
So rescind the motion to remove item 12.5, and that'll be voted on, and then we'll go back to a motion to approve the agenda. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do I have that right? Okay, so you can all check it. I'm going to go ahead and open the online vote and make sure the language is correct.
Thank you, Ms. Croce. We really appreciate you.
Yes.
I'm really happy for the electronic voting right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Votes are in. We have 4 aye, and we have 1 member not present, Member Plancarte.
So can we get a new motion to approve the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda as is.
I'll second that.
Could you just say to include item 12.5, please?
I move to approve the agenda with the inclusion of 12.5.
Do I need to
second
write
that.
that in, or if she's approving the agenda?
I think you're going to have to, because I think you're going to have to go
Just-
back and.
Okay,
It's probably better to be safe than sorry.
okay. Sorry, just a minute.
No worries. Thank you.
Okay, so. All right, again, check, online voting is open.
Starbucks or Pete's, Ms. Croce, tomorrow?
Okay, so the recommendation's back on the table to approve the
Yes.
Yes.
classified resolution,
Yes.
please.
Thank you. So the motion, votes are in, 4 ayes, 1 member not present, that's Member Plancarte. Thank you.
So now we need to make a motion to approve this.
Correct.
Since I'm the troublemaker, I will make a motion to approve the resolution.
Are we
I
on
thought you
item
said this is going to go
12.5?
fast.
Yes, 12.5.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Votes are open. Thank you. Votes are in. 4 aye, 1 member not present, Member Plancarte. Thank you.
Okay, great. Motion carries. So moving on to consent agenda, personnel items. Does anybody want to pull any of the items?
I would like to pull 13.2 and 13.3 so we can take action on them.
Any other items?
I'd like to pull 13.4, please.
Okay, any other items? So can I get a motion to approve items 13.5 through 13.7?
I move that we approve items 13.5 through 13.7.
I'll second.
Voting is open. Votes are in. We have 4 aye. We have 1 member not present. That's Member Plancarte.
Okay, so if we can move on to 13.2, verbal summary of financial terms of the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services Employment Agreement. So the readout is beginning May 22nd, 2024, and ending June 30th, 2027. Number 2, $220,908 in compensation, daily rate of $986.20. Number 3, positive work year, 224 days, no vacation and sick leave, 1 day.
There is sick leave.
Oh, I'm sorry, no vacation and sick leave at 1 day per month, earned for a maximum of 12 days. Okay? Number 4, other fringe benefits for health and welfare as the district's certificated management. Same as certificate, okay? Number 5, STIRS retirement. Number 6, $1,000 per year for a master's degree or $2,000 for a doctorate. And this is an additional stipend, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
And it's the same as other managers.
Correct.
Okay, and so those are the, it's a verbal summary of the financial terms for Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services Employment Agreement. Any questions or comments from the board?
Can I add a couple things that I think are important just for transparency? So there is, upon a termination, there is a 6-month buyout for this position, which I want to highlight on that. Also, there's an annual written evaluation due by June 30th from the superintendent, because the employee actually reports to the superintendent, and upon a positive evaluation and any pay raise or anything increase for any certificated management, again, upon board approval, that would also impact her salary to go along with everyone else within that. It's actually a very boilerplate contract overall, but on the positive is that we're getting a superstar coming into our organization and into our district to impact student learning and the effectiveness of the culture in this organization with her professional development and background. And I'd like to read, before we make a vote on the next item, I'd like to read her bio to you so you know all the details about it. Are there any questions that I could help clarify on the contract itself?
Actually, I would just recommend before the board vote that we actually read the bio.
You wanna
I
do-
think it would be important for them
For sure.
to hear about the bio and for the community to hear about that before any vote on the
Absolutely.
compensation
Love the
board.
transparency, and we wanted to make sure there's no recensions on this right now. So Karen, thank you for being here. Number one, what a welcome addition. We are hoping you're going to be shortly. But Karen brings over 25 years of experience as a teacher, instructional coach,
Principal and District Office Administrator to Newark School District. For the past 4 years, Karen served as the Director of Professional Learning for the Santa Clara Unified School District. In this position, she led a new district department aligned with district's vision and strategic plans to engage certificated and classified employees in continuous improvement and design multi-professional learning pathways to foster career development opportunities. Prior to her appointment at Santa Clara Unified, she worked at Franklin McKinley School District as the Director of Curriculum of Instruction for 6 years. During her tenure there, she worked collaboratively with colleagues to positively impact student achievement by focusing on K-8 literacy initiative and a multi-year comprehensive plan to increase the academic performance of a culturally diverse student population. Before becoming a district office administrator, Karen positively changed 2 struggling campuses in the Moreland School District as a site administrator, 1 elementary school, exited program improvement year 4 within a 3-year period, and a comprehensive middle school campus dramatically increased student performance by implementing professional learning communities that operated with a sense of moral authority and responsibility for making a difference in the lives of adolescents. Both sites received local and state recognition, including the National School Boards Association MAGMA Award, Glenn W. Hoffman Award, California Distinguished School Award, and California School Boards. During her teaching career, she also enjoyed being a national trainer for Dr. Spencer Kagan and led professional learning workshops and seminars based on cooperative learning and the multiple intelligence across the United States. She coached teachers to create a positive and supportive learning environments that increase student engagement while developing their higher level thinking, oral communication, and leadership skills. Karen is also, and most importantly, is a proud mother of 2 children, Lindsay, 21, and Zach, 18, and has been married to her husband, Matt, for over 24 years. She enjoys spending time with family, exercising, walking her dogs, and spending time at the beach. So welcome aboard with this, and very awesome background, and we're happy to have you on board.
So questions from the board? So, Mr. Williams, are you telling us that we now have our Joe Montana?
You know what, I'm thinking that she's probably like more of a Dwight Clark, so you can only have one Joe. I mean, I don't know, but I feel like, she's pretty fantastic, right?
Okay.
So when you bring
Excellent.
when you have a dream and you have the team and you bring the dream team together, it's only time to change the world, right?
There you go.
That's gonna be the help that we need here for our kids and community. And again, through all the challenges and opportunities, we need someone to build capacity and work alongside of our staff and community and work with them and develop. So I'm super excited. I love the word coach because it's how it changes the lives of kids, community members, and our staff. So.
Great. Okay, all right, so can we get a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
13.2?
You mean 13.3?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's it, I just want to make sure.
I'm sorry.
That we got to 13.3, because we were still on the verbal summary, right?
I'm sorry.
So now we need to go to,
So, but do we have to approve 13.2?
No, that's
no,
just
that was
a
just an information.
overview because we wanted to
Okay.
be transparent, so we added that to make
that's
sure
fine.
people could hear.
Okay, so can I get a motion to approve 13.3 employment contract?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I thought I already did.
I know. I made it, and you second, just say it again.
I'll second.
I'm sorry, I think I clicked it closed too fast. Could I have you vote again? Thank you.
I want to thank Ms. Croce for staying here this evening and helping us through this.
She was here all day.
I know.
Very much
All right, amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mine didn't come up again.
Doesn't, okay. Well, what I can do is I can just do a roll call vote?
Yeah.
Sure.
For this one time. I apologize. I was quick to get us out of here, sorry. All right, so, Member Thomas, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Hill, how do you vote?
It's fine.
It's okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going in order so I don't skip anybody. everybody. Thank you. Member Nguyen, how do you vote?
No.
Thank you. Member Jones, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Member Plancarti is not present, so we have 3 ayes and 1 no.
Okay, great. Thank you. Member Nguyen.
And I just wanted to clarify my no vote to Ms. Allred. It is nothing personal against you. If you have been watching our previous board member meetings, I've been consistently voting no on our new contracts, just because I'm not comfortable with where the financial position of the district is based on the information that has been given to us in previous board meetings. And you've also heard it tonight in the discussions where there's some detail and lack of transparency that that I haven't, that has caused me to vote no. But I really do look forward to working with you, and I'm very sincere about that. And I hope that you help us reach our goals and also beyond that. So welcome to the district.
Ms. Aller, would you like to come up?
Come on up.
Just thank you for the opportunity, and I'm really looking forward to working side by side with everyone and ready to start to work.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So hire date 2 will be effective May 22nd. I know we shared that, so we're really excited to be able to get her on board.
Okay, thank you. All right, 13.4 Personnel Report, Vice President Jones.
Okay, so I brought this up because it was brought to my attention by a staff member that the classroom aide at BGP that is on here, they're confused as to who this person is. So I'm just.
Yeah, absolutely. So we did check on this. So usually when people are coming in, like the last 7 days, I've been able to meet with a majority. She was actually hired in end of March, and she's been sitting and waiting to come in. So we have a long-term sub in the position. So it's really consistency right now of providing support to the kids with someone that is there and not paying 2 people twice for that same position. So it's a great question. She hasn't started yet. She's accepted her offer. So we're getting her transitioning in with a slow exit of our current sub aide that's in that class.
Great.
So
Thank you
that's
so
why-
much.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Member Nguyen.
Also, one clarifying question. I know that I spoke to Interim Superintendent Vakar earlier today, and she explained it to me, but Superintendent Vakar, could you also please clarify as to why our Interim Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources is on the PAL and instead not a contracted employee?
Yeah, thank you very much for that opportunity. At our last board meeting that we had, it was a special meeting, and so I wanted for full transparency to make sure that people knew exactly that he was coming on in a sub position for the position of Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. We are currently flying that position, and we do have a pool of candidates that we will be evaluating and bringing in for interviews. But with that, he is serving really at will. And so with that, we wanted to be transparent. So that piece was actually read out, just much like how we read this out. It's actually considered a ratification, and therefore it's showing up on here. We did check with our attorney team, with Lozano and Smith, and they gave us this direction to be able to do it exactly like this.
Thank you for the clarification.
And that was Darren Kamea, just so you know.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to say too, knowing the context of the organization and the district, when I talked to Tracy and Mr. Berg, I tried to make this as smooth and easy as possible. So for me, I was trying to come in as a sub, as needed and at will, so that you guys have flexibility. It's not a job that I need, but it's a job that I want to help out with. And I want to be here for kids and what Tracy's doing. So know that it's a commitment from my side because I'm coming from Fresno. I'm here 2 to 3 days a week, doing my best to catch up because the respect I have for the families and the kids and what they deserve. So.
Thank you so
Yep,
much.
absolutely. Yep.
We do appreciate
Oh,
that.
absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve the personnel report?
I'll make a motion to approve the personnel report.
I'll second.
Ms. Croce?
Votes are in. We have 4 aye. We have 1 member not present. That's Member Plancarte. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to section 14, consent agenda, non-personnel items. Does anybody want to pull any of these items? Yeah, okay,
That's a new record.
okay. Are we sure? We got 45 minutes.
No, I move to approve items 14.2 to 14.29.
I'll second.
What she's typing out, I just want to mention, there's a couple really cool things on this section of the agenda. One of them has to do with some MOU agreements that we've got with our universities for both internships and student teachers, something that we really need and something that we're going after. And so I just want you to know we're trying to be as proactive as possible, and so we're excited about those MOUs in particular. And I just want to note the updated school meal prices for the 24-25 as well.
Thank you. Member Hill, did you get a chance to vote?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Votes are in. 4 aye. 1 member not present. That's Member Plancarte. Thank you.
Okay, so moving on to section 15.1, Board of Education Committee reports, announcements, requests, debrief and discussion. Member Thomas?
Yes. First of all, I've got a gift for you. I bought it for everyone. Do you have the latest? No. Okay. This is a Brown Act booklet from CSBA, and mine was about several editions behind, and so this is an updated version. So
You don't want the invoice? No, thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, Nancy.
Yeah, you're welcome. Was pleased to be elected to the Delegate Assembly. Thanks for your support. Yeah. And I don't know what the protocol is, or does my travel and lodging get paid for? Does the board have to approve it? At one point, any thing that wasn't on the budget should have been approved by the board. I'm not sure.
I think we've authorized the purchase of a tin cup.
So a couple of things. If you're serving on the delegate assembly, I believe that some of those things are reimbursed, I think, through CSBA. So let's go back and double check. There are items there that are covered, and so we want to have that discussion with CSBA.
Well, I don't think my attendance at the meeting, I'm talking about my attendance at the meeting. They don't reimburse that.
They don't cover any of those
No,
expenses?
it has to come out of the board budget.
Then we will have to, we agree to support you. I guess we will be supporting you. I will make sure that we add
Okay,
that
I just
to our
want to make
budget.
sure that it can be supported. If not,
Well, and it's important because honestly, some of the work that you're going to be doing really has to do with initiatives that
Yeah.
really make a difference. And so we're really happy for the advocacy and for you to be able to talk about a school district like Newark and why we're different sometimes than other school districts.
and
So
I'll
that
try
advocacy-
I'll try to bring back information to share with the rest of the board. Okay. The next one is not one I'm it's not one I'm happy to make. I think we as a board need to hold each other accountable. And so I feel compelled to disassociate myself with statements that were made at this dais at our last regular meeting. When a board member resorts to name-calling, criticizes specific community members, and accuses them of being unprincipled characters, when staff members are accused of aiding and abetting corruption, accused of defiant behavior, acts of sabotage and intimidation, and reprehensible treatment of the superintendent, when the student board member is addressed inappropriately, those things go too far. So I should have stood up and left the meeting when this was happening, to make it clear that of my displeasure with these hurtful, abhorrent statements. So I just wanted to make that comment. So with that, I really request that we keep the meeting or reschedule a special meeting in June, the one that's been changed to the end of the month, and use that opportunity for a board self-evaluation workshop so that we all can look inward and decide what kind of a board we want to be and how we will build trust in the community we represent. So that's my statement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Member Wen?
Thank you, President Hill, and thank you, Member Thomas. I too echo your sentiments that we should be having a board evaluation, and I do look forward to that. So before I start with reporting out and acknowledging announcements, I want to acknowledge that May is AAPI, Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. This month serves as a time to celebrate the history, culture, and achievements of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders across the nation. May is also Mental Health Awareness Month. The goal is to help educate the importance of mental health and end stigma, any negative stigma associated with mental health. So in regards to our bond committee update, bond surveys have gone out to families in the district for the last 2 weeks. We are waiting on results, per Bonnie had mentioned earlier, on results, and will provide feedback to the board and community in an upcoming board meeting. As for the City of Newark NUSD Liaison Committee meeting, thank you to City of Newark staff, in particular City Manager Banoon and Kathy Slafter, for supporting NUSD and hosting the liaison committee meetings at City Council chambers while NUSD is short-staffed and struggling to fill positions. We appreciate your support and partnership. During the liaison meeting, committee meeting, we covered Newark Facility Master Plan, housing elements, and an update on the School Resource Officer Program. And Ms. Silvera had brought up about the possible resolution for tobacco ordinance. We did mention that, and the city is working on that. So our next meeting, hopefully we can get an update on all of that on our next meeting in June, on June 24th. And on April 29th, I attended the Sarah Special Education Recognition Awards at the City of Fremont Downtown Event Center. The following teachers and staff members were recognized and nominated by parents and students, which make this award significantly meaningful. And thank you, Ms. Rangel, for allowing me to read out the names. The teachers that were recognized that night were Akila Alameda, Ma Ong, Jasmine Barbosa, Alexander Carr, Dolores Cervantes Santiago. They're also special education teachers, behaviorists, paraeducators, office managers, and general ed teachers and resource teachers and translators, like she said. So with that, Yafan Chang, Jacob Goldsmith, Amy Jackson Ramirez, Patricia Kelly, Paulina Kim, Diana Kotaki, Floretta Kuikoyi, Diane Pagan, Stephanie Schubert, Chris Skoraki, Rocio Venegas, and Olivia Wong. So I just want to really appreciate our staff who was recognized for their dedication and hard work to our students. And then April 30th, I attended the reclassification celebration for our EL students to English proficient. We had well over 100 students that were reclassified. Apologies for not having the exact numbers. Regardless, it was wonderful to be there and celebrate this milestone with them and their families. I want to thank Abby Kierans and Dr. Nicole Pierce Davis, whom are no longer with the district, for their vision and foresight in recognizing the importance of celebrating our students and their tremendous hard work towards reclassification. The celebration of our students continue to grow each year, and I want to thank staff, in particular Ashley Acosta, Mandy Pim, and the Newark promoters for continuing the work and celebration of our reclassified students. And I also want to appreciate Member Jones and Member Thomas for being there and recognizing our students along with me. On May 1st, I attended the Avanzando Group Scholarship Ceremony at the Newark Library. I would like to thank the Avanzando Board for making this event happen for our students every year. This year, they recognized and awarded 39 scholarships ranging from $1,500 to $3,000 to current and prior Newark graduates. I would also like to thank Member Thomas for her generous donation to the Avanzando scholarship program for their students, for our students too. So thank you, Member Thomas, for your generosity. There was an inaugural special award recognition to an individual who has been impactful to the award applicants. This year, our very own high school counselor, Sonia Torres, was chosen as the individual who had made a huge impact on students. Thank you, Ms. Torres, for your hard work and dedication to our students at NMHS. Next, I would like to acknowledge our student board member, Joy Lee, who unfortunately she left early, but who is actually more deserving than any of us up here to serve NUSD students. In the last regular board meeting, I struggled to stay because I was not willing to be complicit of remarks that I wholeheartedly do not stand for and disagree with. Member Lee was poised and articulate and stayed to work things out where I was not willing to do so. I applaud her, and I want to tell her that she has impressed so many of our elected officials, students, and community members. Here is a direct quote from a parent who is afraid to attend board meetings. Student Board Member Lee, the community saw what happened and want you to know how wrong it was. No adult, especially a school board member, should ever disrespect you by yelling or trying to silence your voice. You deserve to be heard, your ideas matter, and your bravery in representing your peers is inspiring. Don't let this experience discourage you. There are people who support you and recognize the importance of your role. To President Hill, I am politely requesting that you issue an apology to our community members to whom you have labeled, referenced by name, and have made defamatory comments and false accusations about. I am also requesting that you make an apology to staff members that you have indirectly labeled as well. The comments you made were not only out of line, but also paints you and this entire board as bullies, thriving on authority and intimidation, disrespectful and non-supportive of staff, teachers, students, and community members. If no apologies are issued, then I ask the rest of the board to consider asking President Hill to step down as board president and the board appoint a new board president. Also in the last regular meeting, Member Jones referenced that people in our community fear change, that change is hard. I respectfully disagree with her statement. Our community members, teachers, staff, and students do not fear change. They, in fact, have been subjected to a revolving door of change for more than 2 decades. Our community has adapted to change year in and year out because that has been the norm. What everyone dislikes about change is the fact that they don't understand the why and the non-transparent process that has transpired with constant change. The board has not done a good job of explaining the why. Lastly, to Ms. Lucia Gutierrez and Ms. Elisa Martinez, thank you for your dedication and passion to strongly advocate for the students of NUSD. You both serve on countless boards and committees in our community, have worked with nonprofits to raise tens of thousands of dollars for scholarships, and have built awareness for our underserved students and families in this community. I recognize that you both are first and foremost dedicated, involved parents in the district who wants to see all our students thrive and achieve great things. Thank you for your strong advocacy. If labeling a mean girl means that you are all those things, then I stand in solidarity with you as a mean girl myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Nguyen. Vice President Jones.
I have really struggled since the meeting on the 16th. And my comments, obviously, from when I was speaking of change and fear, were not heard as I intended. So to Luby Lopez tonight, I apologize if the comments offended. When I wrote that statement, it was not directed to any one person or any group of people in particular. I was making a statement about what I felt and what I see as difficult for anyone, whether it's the community or a teacher or a student. Change is hard. Maybe fear was the wrong word to have used, but that was not the intention that I had at all. And so I truly apologize to those people who took what I said in a way that it was not intended. And I'm just going to stop there because I'm extremely hurt right now by the community, by people who come and say things that they don't understand. My intent has never been for anything other than for the students of this district. I gave my entire career to this district, and I'm really struggling with staying. So that's all I have to say tonight.
Thank you, Member Jones. And I'd just like to echo your comments, because I think the important thing for the people up in the dais that they need to understand, and I think that the important thing that the community needs to understand, is that what we're all doing up here is public service, and we are not getting paid for it. And we are going through a very difficult time as a district, and it's requiring us to make changes that really are the result of various practices, et cetera, that have accumulated over decades. And we're having to make some very tough decisions, and it's creating a lot of angst and turmoil in the community. And I think it's important to understand that I think that all of us have good intentions in terms of our service here. But obviously, we have disagreements on the board. The thing that I'm disappointed about is that, we all have different personalities, but I feel that there's a double standard, quite frankly. There's certain norms that are overlooked at the board level and are not called out, and then there's others that are, and I don't think that that is actually an equitable approach. But it doesn't really matter at this point, and I think that what Member Thomas said is that, for the good of the community, we have to figure out how to be an operational board. And so, as it relates to that, and I think that Member Thomas had made a request, I can't remember whether it was up on the dais or whether it was through text, that we do a board self-evaluation. I think that the timing of the 6th is problematic for both the district, and then also that's the middle of my finals week. And I think that we actually need to have some longer discussions around these things. And so I've reached out, and we had talked about this earlier in the spring, and then that got postponed because of the changes happening with Dr. De Leon, et cetera. But I've reached out to CSBA. I talked to their experienced consultant, Luann Rivera, who I think you guys have had. You've attended sessions with her. We've seen her up at CSBA. She's very experienced and impressive. Unfortunately, she's not available to help us during the summer. However, she recommended a couple of consultants. You have to go through the proper channels at CSBA to get people allocated. I've spoken with the appropriate person. Her name is Tracy Rogers Triba, and she's identified a woman, and this woman was actually one of the facilitators for our, or for the board president's orientation at the beginning of the year. Her name is Cepeda Yao, and what CSBA is recommending is that we go through kind of a two-step process. And so the two-step process is that we do a two-day board retreat, and it's not full days, but it's definitely, you know, a few hours. And what we would do in the first two-day board retreat would be, we do a board self-evaluation, and obviously there's preparation in advance of that. But then we would also have a follow-up where we would talk about roles and responsibilities, we talk about board goals, we talk about our governance handbook, board norms, et cetera. And Cepeda has already given us some potential dates, and I don't know how this correlates, because I know that Superintendent Vakar is trying to juggle a bunch of things before the end of the year, but the dates that they've identified, and I think that we need to just provide some direction here, could be June 17th through the 20th. I mean, and that's not, she's given us windows. So June 17th through the 20th, June 21st through the 22nd, the weekend of July 13th, and the weekend of August 3rd. And so those are dates that we can do. And then the other thing that I'd mentioned to her is that we also need, or would probably appreciate support in helping develop our next year's district and superintendent goals and the evaluation process. And so that would be a second workshop. But if we could maybe get some feedback from the board around availability to attend at least the first session, that would be great. So do any of those dates not work for people?
Can I just maybe go back and pull the board so I can take a look at their calendars and schedules?
Okay, so you just want to, all right, that's fine.
Send us the
That's fine.
dates, please.
Okay,
Yeah, we'll do a check off.
okay, that's fine.
I do have one request. May we get an update on the status of Schilling and the impacts of Ms. Herrera's resignation? I know that the community has been, so if we can agendize it for the next meeting, if we can get some clarification so that the community isn't worried or has angst or anxiety.
Yeah, one of the things I mentioned in my superintendent's report is the fact that I would be coming back with updates on staffing for all of our key positions of leadership at our school sites. So I will be providing that to you every single meeting between now and July 1, where I hope to be able to identify staff as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, great. So Superintendent, any parting comments?
Just a couple of things. I want to thank everybody for your long evening here this evening and being so attentive to all the items that we had. There was a lot of information given tonight. There's a lot of information coming up over the next 3 meetings that we hold between now and the end of the school year. And so they may be longer nights. I want to thank both Bill and Chris for your work over the last couple of weeks. They have been stellar. They have really tried to, help fill the gaps for the lack of administrative support that we've had, and they've been really great about working with all of our team members here. It's been a joy to have them here, and I'm so grateful. Looking forward so much to having Karen Aller join our team. She's going to bring a great wealth of knowledge, especially as we bring on a lot of new principals for us to be able to work in sync. Her coaching and her work that she's done in that arena will be really great for all of us. It'll be great for the district office staff as well to be able to help intersect with that. So we look forward to working with her as we develop all the instructional strategies, and as she supports the team that's been working so diligently in her absence, in the absence of the assistant superintendent of ed services. I do want to thank the number of staff members that have really tried to step up and support all the initiatives that we've got going on, everything from LCAP to curriculum development. Their communication has been great, and what all of you should know is that they have kept diligent notes. They have been providing research facts that go back behind the work that goes with the rationale. And it's been a pleasure to be able to work with them over the course of my last 10 weeks as I've been able to step into the various roles and learn from them as to what they've been doing. And I think they have done us proud, and I just can't say enough about wanting to thank them for all their work that they've done in the absence of some leadership there's been a lot of people that have stepped up to the plate, and I just really want to say thank you very much for all their hard work and what they've done here. We are a team. I think we are growing together. It's challenging at times, and we are trying to have open, honest conversations, and sometimes those can be really hard to hear. We heard some open, honest conversations this evening from our community. We need to listen. We all agree that we wanted to listen and be able to strategize about how we need to respond and also share with the community as much information as possible. We'll continue to sit here and try to support you with the budget elements that you're asking us for. I'm not trying not to be transparent. It kind of breaks my heart when I hear that term, because I think we've come back to try to tell you that there's things that have to happen. And sometimes I guess it's kind of like what happens first is, does the cart go before the horse? Does the horse go before the cart? There are steps that have to take place, and for us to come out with those exact numbers, but I will continue to do my best to try to provide that transparency to you. It's not something that I relish coming back here each week and hearing your frustration on that. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Fakar. So, can we get a motion to adjourn the meeting?
I move to adjourn.
I'll second that.
I know you guys want to vote, huh?
Do-
I'm looking at them.
Sure you can.
I vote no. I'm staying. I want to see what happens after midnight.
Don't say that because.
What happens after midnight? Is there some magic that happens at midnight?
Yeah. We all turn into pumpkins, at least I do.
Sorry, I need 3 more votes.
Okay.
That early morning meeting at
Member
7 a.m. has
Thomas?
been canceled.
Sorry, I have to.
Yeah,
I have to get the vote for adjourning the meeting.
I'm sorry, I turned it off, so you have.
That's okay. What's your vote? Member Thomas?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Votes are in. We have 4 ayes and 1 member not present. That's Member Plancarte, and it's 11:42. Oh, sure.
Jody, thank you so much for